ask me why I never find a place to stop and settle down, down, down. But I never wanted all those things people need to justify the lives. Yes, we were born to be alive. Yes, we were born. It's good to be alive, to be alive, to be alive. It's good to be alive, to be alive, to be alive. It's good to be alive.
Need to practice my do game. It's a dip dip doobity doo doo dip dip doobity doo doo. I thought I was tripping. I was like, is someone singing along? Yes, but also you are tripping. They are both true. Dip dibbity doo doo dip dip dibbity doo doo. I have excitement, but it's reading anxiety. I told you, same part of your brain. It's just about how you interpret that feeling. Same part of your brain, same energy.
Time was on my side when I was running down the street. It was no fine, fine, fine. Suitcase and an old guitar and something new to occupy my mind, my mind.
I'm still not tired of this song. I listen to it every time.
Born to be alive. Yes, we were born.
Need new brain, got it? No. You just need to make some minor tweaks to your existing brain, and then it will basically be a whole new brain.
Born to be alive. Yes, we were born.
But I mean, if you really want to think about it, your brain is always constantly changing, so it's kind of like from moment to moment, thought to thought, you have a new brain. Just a slightly different one. Here are my snacks. This is what my coworker used to do. Now I'm learning it. Are they paying you for just making sure. More work equals more pay. At least that's how it should be. Getting ready for my virtual therapy appointment right now. I'm about to trauma dump all over her about the election results. You know what could also be a good use of ChatGPT is trauma dump to ChatGPT and then say, hey, ChatGPT, can you summarize this in a way that will make it easy for my therapist to understand? And then just trauma dump to ChatGPT and then have them like condense it and summarize it and like make it more clear. I get Chad GPT to do it instead. I mean, sure. I'm just not as fast. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. I'm about to ask ChatGPT to summarize a scientific study in a way that's easier for me to understand. That's a great use for it. Like, I was reading an article and it was like a research publication, and like, if I really wanted to, I could sit down and I could mince through it and I could figure out what the fuck they're trying to say. But sometimes these like really scholarly academic articles, they will use unnecessarily large words that just to like inflate their own sense of, you know, intelligence. So I found AI is really good at taking those ideas and just like, can you translate this into actual words, please? Like, don't get me wrong, I know how to read it, but it takes more time to read it because it's just unnecessarily dense. And I think that's just a very human thing to do. Big words make me sound smarter. Jordan Peterson effect. I'm late to the party, but ChatGPT, wow. I'm telling you, there's a lot of great things you can use it for. You can do so much more than just write your history reports. You can even teach it how to work better for what it is you're trying to get it to do. And if you don't know how to do that, ask it and it will tell you how to do that. It will actually explain to you a process that can help it understand what it is you're trying to do better. It's like it's like having a, you know, an AI assistant. That's fucking awesome. Did I get a haircut? Yeah, I cut my hair today. My hair was getting too long. I had a busy morning. I cut my hair, I cut my beard, I had to run to the store, I ran to the post office. Put my presentation together. Had a busy morning. Well, thank you. All I did was trim the sides a little bit. The sides are too long. I trimmed them. I didn't do anything to the top. Like, once I learned how to cut my hair in a way that I like it, I'm just like, it was game over. I'm never going back to the barber. Game over. I'm done paying 50, 60 bucks for somebody to just go, bzz, bzz, bzz. All right. You could totally pass as like 27. See, I like to tell people that I'm older than I actually am, because then it just makes it funnier for me. Like, can you believe I'm going to be 63 this year? Hard to believe. I pay $50 for my beard and hair. Alright, B. Wayne, you can do it, especially if your haircut's simple. If you have a simple haircut, you like to get the same thing, it's really not that hard to do. The best part about it is if you really do mess it up, you can just shave your hair. You can just buzz it down. Just be like, yeah, I was going for something different. I was just going for something a little different. This might be a weird question, but I've been asking a lot of people lately, what kind of shampoo or conditioner do you use and do you like it? I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't really use, like, I will wash my hair if my hair is like really gross, if it's like nasty. If I've been like doing construction work and I have like dust in my hair or like other like paint or something and I have to wash my hair, I will wash my hair. But for the most part, I just rinse it. I just rinse it out. I find like if I do use shampoo though, I try to use something that doesn't have any sulfates in it. Sulfates are bad for your hair. Take care of your scalp so you don't go bald, please. I think my scalp's doing fine, if I'm being honest. But yeah, I would rather not wash my hair than wash my hair with cheap shampoo. It just leaves your hair feeling so bad. Bald monk Joshua. You know, before I grew, because I did grow my hair out really long. And before I did that, I did shave my head completely. Not like shaved it down to the scalp or anything, but like I buzzed it all the way down. That was the beginning of my monk era. And then I had long hair and it was way too much work. When I had long hair, I had to wash it. When I had long hair, I had to condition it. But what I've noticed is that, like, if your hair is short enough, you don't really have to do all that much to maintain it. At least in my case. I got lucky. Oh yeah, you can see it in that emote. That was when I was bald. And then I have long hair emotes too. Well, anyway, it's time for your emotional literacy. That's a nice way to define it, right? Emotional literacy. Develop a clearer understanding of your emotions. Yeah, I grabbed an energy drink because I had to run to Walmart. And I was just like, I'm just gonna grab an energy drink today. It's one of those days. But I'm feeling good today. It's a good day. We're alive, so that's good, because it's good to be alive. And we're born to be alive. And if it's good to be alive, and we are born to be alive, then I am feeling good. We are all aligned, it's true. Our vibes are synchronizing. I want ice cream. Ice cream's nice. You know what? I got a little ice cream maker. It's like a little countertop one. A nice homemade sorbet. So good. I made grapefruit sorbet once. I don't even like grapefruit by itself. But the sorbet was so good. Feeling annoyed and agitated today? About anything in particular or just in general? I'm feeling annoyed but motivated to make changes, learn, and grow. Period. I find it's best to be annoyed with the problem you're trying to solve and not annoyed with yourself for trying to solve the problem. You know what I mean? A little bit frustrated because we've got too many outfits and they're all too good. And you're gonna have to make the cut. You're gonna have to decide which ones. This trip is like 3 times the cost she told me when she invited me. Well, that's a fucking lie. I'm annoyed because I keep losing my Hearthstone games and it's making me feel dumb. What's the curve looking like in your deck? You got a good mana curve? You play it on tempo? You getting good value? Are you playing aggro? Are you playing mid-range? Are you playing control? I haven't played Hearthstone in forever, but I did really like it for a while. She had a full day without telling me, and I had to pay another $100 for a poop hotel. You know, sometimes when you're in a friend, you know, you're a friend and you invite another friend to do a thing, and then there's an unexpected expense that you're imposing on your friend. Sometimes the right thing to do is to just say, you know what, I got it. I'll take care of it. I told you it was going to be this much. Just pay me this much. But I mean, I should have been a scientist. There's so many studies that have yet to be done, so many unanswered questions. I have an unanswered question for you. That you can be a scientist. Who am I? And I don't mean me when I say I mean you when I say I. There is no topic in this entire universe that you can learn more about than yourself. If you want to be a scientist, just study yourself. You'll learn some fascinating things. We've got an exciting topic today. Today we're going to talk about flow states. This is our topic of today. Sneak peek. We got graphs. This is going to be a fun one. A nice, empowering presentation. All right. I don't mean to do this to you, but I really have to go to the restroom. I have to go take care of some business real quick. So I'm going to do that real quick before we really get into it. So hang out with Moodang for a minute. I'll be right back. Oh, this is a great time to get your questions in if you got some questions for the question box. Hang out with this baby hippo. Alright, since Tyraffan's raising a ruckus... Since Tyrafan is raising a ruckus, let's just go ahead and dispel some of these rumors about Mudang. Mudang did not vote for Donald Trump. Mudang was asked who was going to win. Mudang was just aware of the harsh nature of our reality. If anything, this just makes me like him more. They didn't ask Mudang who they wanted them to win. They asked Mudang who they thought was going to win, and Mudang was correct. Alright, I appreciate your patience. I'm back now. I'm back. I was just sitting here, I was like, oh yeah, I need to do something about this. Alrighty, you know the drill. We're gonna drop into the question box here. Is the music loud? It might be a little loud. That should be better. Alrighty, everybody. Looks like our first question, we're going to be talking about eating disorders, so if this is a sensitive topic for anybody, just a heads up. Just letting you know. Hello, friends. This is a long post. I hope you are comfortable. Yes. Well, hold on. Okay. I'm ready. I've been struggling profoundly with my eating disorder. It's probably the worst it's been in over a decade. I specifically struggle with restriction, and sometimes that can last for long periods of times. I've lost over 40 pounds since August. This is something I've mentioned before, but I'm going to mention it again because this is something that I take very seriously. Eating disorders are no joke. Eating disorders are one of the most harmful and even deadly types of mental illness that we can face. And so if you're dealing with an eating disorder, you're not alone. And it's going to be really important that you reach out to specialists, people who are familiar with eating disorders. Find that help you need, find that support that you need. You know, like maybe you're seeing a counselor or a therapist already. Maybe talk to them about, you know, seeing if they know anyone who specializes in eating disorders or if they can recommend any types of like support groups or support programs. It's really important, okay? Just looking out for you. started out with purging, but now I'll go several days without eating at all. 7 days being the longest period recently, but I have gone up to 2 weeks in the past. I've had the disorder long enough to trick my body into being mostly functional. Energy conservation so I can appear normal in social settings, drinking more water, balancing salt intake, enough carbs every so often to keep brain function mostly normal, etc. It's been a slippery slope since my first diet was when I was 7 years old. So this was something learned. This is something you see really often in people who end up developing eating disorders as an adult, is they are made to feel like there's something wrong with their body from the time that they're children. And I just want you to know that that's not okay to be treated that way. To be made to feel like you have to go on a diet when you're a baby is not okay. My mom put me in Weight Watchers in 4th grade. The fact that Weight Watchers even takes 4th graders is messed up. The fact that they even allow children into the program. I've heard that if you have issues with not eating when you should eat, making smoothies or shakes is the easiest way of making yourself eat when you don't really want to. Yeah, if you have a hard time eating, try drinking your calories. You know, make like a nutrient-rich, calorie-rich supplement shake. You know, as long as you're getting everything that your body needs, you're good. My mom made me start dieting around 8 years old. Your mom put you into Weight Watchers in the 5th grade? Oh my god. Something we're noticing is a lot of adult women are really suffering the consequences of the way that the world viewed a woman's body in the past, 10, 20, like, it was really bad, especially in the early 2000s. I would say the early 2000s was probably some of the worst, like, promotion of, like, rail thin body type as, like, the ideal. It's gotten a bit better, thankfully. But I feel like, if you were a child and you were brought up during that time and your parents were being reinforced with that, and then it's like, it's just really messed up. Just like, go back and watch a movie from 2003 and just look at who, like, the types of bodies that they're like, they'll make jokes about. They'll be like, this is somebody that we view as comically fat. And it's just a normal ass person. It's so messed up. Like, looking back, it's just like, what were we on? What were we thinking? But anyway. Hello. Oh, I think I left him out in the living room. I'm well into my mid-30s now, and I've never developed a healthy relationship with food. The good thing is that this can change. Long-standing patterns can be difficult to break, but they're not impossible to break. Because you're in your 30s, you're not even halfway there yet. Like, you're not even halfway there yet. You got plenty of time. But now's a great time to really start putting that effort in, making those changes. if you live in a place where weed is legal, I would also say maybe look into giving that a try if that's something that you're able to do, if that's something that you're open to. I've heard that a lot of people have found help with being able to have an appetite and, you know, to actually eat the right amount of food. Like, I'll do that sometimes in the evening, like when I need to eat dinner, I'll just like, I won't have an appetite, but then maybe I'll smoke a little bit and be like, okay, I can eat my full meal. I'm trying to eat more protein, and if I'm like, I have to like eat more than I might normally want to. And anyway. Weed helped me recover from an eating disorder. I will preach it till I'm blue in the face. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, it can be a really helpful tool. It can be a really helpful tool. But yeah, treat it medicinally, you know? Treat it with respect. It can be abused just like anything else can. But yeah, I feel like it really can be helpful. When I'm in high periods of stress is when it becomes unmanageable. I know this stems from feeling out of control, and food is an area of my life where I apply a lot of control in order to compensate. I also know I use it as a form of self-harm and punishment. You've got a lot of awareness here. And I feel like all of this awareness has taken you years to cultivate, and that's been you doing the work that you need to do to get to the point where you're at so that you can take the next step going forward. You know, you take all of this awareness, you take all of this insight and understanding, and then you make that next step in a healthy direction. Recently, due to the weight loss, I'm freezing all the time and I feel like I'm never warm enough. I had to buy new winter clothes, which seems to have made my thought patterns worse. For instance, I needed to buy new winter clothes because mine do not fit. Fact and logical course of action, but now I'm worried that the new clothes won't fit because I had to size down. Possible but irrational because I can return them and buy a new size. However, what I ended up thinking and then doing, I shouldn't eat to make sure that the new clothes fit, which I recognize as irrational. You know, recognizing that as irrational is actually really big because when you think about it, it doesn't make any sense. Why should I have to change my entire body just to fit into an outfit? Like, get a new outfit. Like, get a new pair of clothing. Like, the fact that you have to make drastic bodily changes just to fit into a garment, it's just like, I'm glad you recognize that as irrational.
Come on, Peter.
Peter? I've got nothing for you, Peter. While I can identify and break down the thought pattern, I feel like I can't interrupt it, nor can I stop my behavior. Yet. A key word to incorporate into that. Something you're working on. If you were able to do it, you would have done it already. You're learning how to do it, though. That's an important distinction to make. I know that eating disorders are incredibly difficult to treat. Eating disorders are incredibly difficult to treat and often require a specialist. However, I've worked with so many over the last 2 decades, I feel hopeless. I don't know why I hate myself so much, and the only thing I can think of is that this is just an ingrained coping mechanism onset from a lifetime of trauma surrounding food. That sounds like it could be true. So what do we want to do about it? So what do we want to do about it? What's that next step going forward? One small, healthy little change that you can make to take you in that next step, that next direction. See, because the thing is that maybe you just weren't ready for it yet. You know, maybe that's why you weren't successful with the other therapists or with the other specialists. You just weren't ready for it yet. But it sounds like you are ready for it now. Because that's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that you are ready for it. A lot of people will disregard therapy or say that, like, I can't be fixed. There's just, like, my problems are too severe because I've tried therapy before and it didn't work for me. That doesn't mean that therapy can't work for you. You just weren't ready for it yet. It was too soon. Try again later. I was very young when this started. My earliest memory was when I was from 5 or maybe 6. Oftentimes when I was in trouble, my mom would either exile me from the dinner table and I had to eat by myself, or she wouldn't make enough food to feed all of us and she would make us pick which of the 3 of us get to eat. That's sinister. That's downright sinister. Like, yeah, like, that violates the Geneva Convention. Like, that's a war crime. Just so you know. If you didn't already recognize that this was terribly unfair and awful. I always volunteered to abstain because I was often praised for it, and self-sacrifice was always something I reached for in order to feel like I have value. Additionally, if there was a family event on weekends, I would be left home alone. My family would be gone for several hours at a time with no access to food. This is literal torture. But we can break these patterns, and it sounds like you're ready to break these patterns. You don't need to continue to torture yourself. You have been tortured, but you do not need to continue torturing yourself. My mom has had a lot of wartime trauma, fled from 3 countries before ending up in the States, and also struggles with a food scarcity mindset. I think in her own way she was trying to prepare us for something she experienced. I know it's not an excuse, but I get why it happened. My dad is also wartime traumatized, so I get why he never stepped in and often viewed these things as survival training. Incoming raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. We were just taking some questions from the question box. We're taking some questions from the question box, and we're going to do a presentation later on flow states. So greetings, comrades. Welcome in. Bot won't let me shout out. Fine, I'll do it. Not that he needs it from me, but it's a nice gesture. Welcome in, Raiders. Make yourselves at home. Millennial soundboard. It's true. I'm a millennial, and I am fine with that. Zanzibar, thank you for the Prime sub. Oh, and just like that, we're on a hype train. Let's go. Also, Gemini Dean, thank you for subscribing. What would you say was a good takeaway from yesterday's presentation on love? You know what? I went back, Dean. I went back, and when we started the presentation, I was like, is Dean here? Because Dean needs to see this. Go watch the VOD. It's on YouTube. Also, I posted the slides on the Discord, so you can check them out there too. Welcome in, comrades. Welcome in, comrades. I'm Papa B. Welcome to the Brain Domain, your premier place for psychology and mental health on Twitch television. Stove baby, thank you for gifting that sub. What if I don't? Then it's gonna make me cry. I'll be really sad, and I hope you can live with that. Thank you, Raiders. Welcome in. Thank you for all these new follows. We were just we were reading a question from the question box, and we were talking about how this person was literally war crimed. We were literally war crimed. Like, if your parents ever restricted you from food, or made you pick which of the siblings got to eat, that's war. And that's crime. It's war crime. Not sure why I dumped all my mommy issues, but there it is, I guess. In summation, I have kind of accepted the fact that I will always be in some form of eating disorder recovery, but I do not know how to help myself now. Any thoughts or suggestions would be greatly appreciated from you and or from chat. Thank you for your time. Y'all are wonderful. Ridiculous, thank you for the 240 bits. Dean, thank you for the 100 bits. We're hyping, we're on a hype train. It's a hype train right there. Check it out. We're boosted in the algorithm. People are gonna click on our stream and be like, what's going on here? Oh, my cat's gonna get her hair in front of the camera. Hi, baby. Oh, hello. You're gonna wanna see her, she's very cute. Look at her. Oh, you're kidding. Hi, baby. She said, why are you waking me up from my nap? I'm awake now, please pet me. All right. Let's talk about some general advice for dealing with an eating disorder real quick. And this is probably stuff you've probably talked about in therapy or in counseling, you know, because you've probably gone over a lot of this information before, and a lot of what we might tell you to do might just be reiterated, but I think that that just really emphasizes the importance of the information that we're trying to share. Don't weigh yourself unless you're trying to, you know, hit a healthy weight goal. Don't weigh yourself every day. Don't weigh yourself every week even. Weigh yourself every few months maybe. Like, I feel like a lot of what goes into an eating disorder and like body image issues is just the obsession with the number that pops up on the scale. And the truth of the scale is that it can fluctuate so drastically just based on what you ate that day, how much water is in your body, how much pee is in your bladder, how much poop is in your butt. And so the scale will mislead you. And it will, like, numbers are things that we could really easily obsess over as humans. It's just one of the things we're really drawn to. Numbers. So ditch the scale. Focus on how you feel in your body. You should feel energized. You should feel, you know, if you're trying to feel energized, you should feel energized. If you're trying to feel rested, you should feel rested. You should feel good with a proper amount of nutrition. Hitting a proper nutritional goal makes you feel good physically. So just focusing on how good it feels to take good care of yourself is going to be a really important thing that you're going to want to continue to do. I feel horny. I I don't see that anywhere on the wheel. If it's not on the wheel, it's not real. This is a sneak peek for you. By the way, we're still on that hype train. Level 2, we got 35 seconds left. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Thank you for supporting the stream. Our presentation today is all about flow states. We're going to talk about flow states. This is going to be fun. So you won't want to miss it. But before we get into that, let's take a few more questions before we switch over. My favorite show, The Brain Domain, is live. Welcome back, Mr. Brian. Hello and welcome back to the Brian Domain. I'm Papa Brian. I'm glad to hear that I'm your favorite show. That makes me feel good in ways that you will never fully comprehend. Robin here. Hi, Robin. Hello, first time here. Therapy is awesome. I should go back. I agree. Therapy is awesome. How can I get in touch with my emotions when I am exhausted? This is an interesting question because the first thing that comes to mind when I hear this is if you're exhausted, rest. You know, put your emotions on hold and just rest. When you feel more energized, when you feel more capable, then take a crack at your emotions. If you're exhausted, you don't need emotional insight and self-awareness when you're exhausted. When you're exhausted, you need honk shoe, me, 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 me. I've been dealing with anger lately, mostly resentment towards certain people, most of them undeserving, but I am not the anger expressive type. It's one of those emotions that I'm so used to ignoring and bottling up that I legitimately have no idea how to connect with it in order to work through the feeling. Question for you. Have you ever thought about martial arts? Have you ever thought about the art of self-defense? This can be a great way to channel those feelings and find a positive outlet for them. Learn how to whoop ass. I've certainly thought about it. Get in there. You know, kickboxing or something. Because anger needs an outlet. Right? Anger is the byproduct of unresolved emotions. Anger is the result of unexpressed fears. And so if we want to manage that anger, we need an outlet for it. Because we can't just bottle it up. Because what happens when you just bottle it up and store it away? It ferments, and it turns into wine, and it gets more potent. You know, you don't need to get rid of all of your anger, but like my anger, I like to keep like one nice vintage bottle, you know, just on my shelf. You know, I don't need a whole wine rack full of anger, but I've got one nice pristine vintage that I can bring out on special occasions, and I can just savor this, the aroma, the bouquet, yeah, the taste, notes of cardamom, chocolate, cinnamon, is that coriander? Hickory? You know, keep a bottle around for special occasions, but you don't need a whole wine rack full of bottled up anger. Because who knows? You might need it. You might want to pop the cork when the situation calls for it. You have no idea how to connect with and work through that feeling. The way that I found to best connect with my anger is to meditate on my anger and to just try to watch it as it builds. Like that's this flower blooming inside my mind. Another way that I've found to really manage anger, and I'll get to the rest of the questions soon, but I'm inspired at the moment, learning to laugh at it. Like I'll see myself get angry, and then I'll laugh at myself like, haha, look how angry I got. And then I'm having fun with it. What is the difference between meditating on anger and stewing in it? Stewing in it, you're in the pot. Meditating on it, you're up watching the pot, giving it a stir, and seeing what the flavor profile's like. You don't need to be in the pot, getting hot. You want to be on the outside, watching it cook. I spent a lot of my childhood repressing my emotions, so I'm just now as an adult learning how to fully feel and work on expressing my emotions in order to manage them in a healthy way instead of bottling them up. You and me both, sister. You and me both. This is something that a lot of people are dealing with, actually. Because emotional expression, you know, proper, healthy communication is relatively new. Relatively new, believe it or not. You have to remember that many generations before us were just told to keep it to yourself. Don't talk about it. And that's how they handled it. And look how it helped them. But we're learning, we're growing. What led to it emerging as a new thing? I would say new research and new data in like therapeutic methods. As it turns out, you actually have to feel it if you want to heal it. If you just bottle it up and stuff it away and try to forget that it exists, it's not going anywhere. It's going to still be there. And it's going to catch you when you least expect it. So screaming into the void does help. I recommend it, actually. You know, scream into the void. Scream like you've never screamed before. It's a very primal thing. It can really be helpful, actually. A little healthy yelling. Plan trips to go into the desert to scream. You know, scream into a pillow, go out into the woods and do it. Go to a sporting event and do it. Because the thing about yelling is we actually crave the ability to do it. And just look at how we act in socially acceptable situations where there is socially acceptable yelling. You're on a theme park ride. You're at a concert. You're at a football game. A little yelling can be good for the system. Booing at medieval times was cathartic, right? Like that kind of stuff. Like it's good for you physiologically. Because there's just so much reinforcement of this notion that you need to keep down and keep quiet. And it really restricts our ability to express our emotions properly. I don't like loud noises. I don't like loud noises either, but I'll still get loud. Be loud and proud with your emotions. This Tears for Fears song, Shout, is about scream therapy. Shout, shout, let it all out. These are the things you can do without. Come on. I'm talking to you. Come on. Like the philosopher Jennifer Lopez once said, let's get loud. This is true. Another one of my favorite philosophers. She's right up there with my other favorite philosopher, Lady Gaga. My biggest enemy is me. My whole life, I've been meeting people at work, school, extracurricular activities, or even on something like Discord. They claim to enjoy my presence, and I do believe them, even if I do have in the back of my mind my mom's words about how they might just be unwilling to say it to my face. What? What? Why would your mom say that to you? That's kind of mean. Just so you know, dearie, people might just be nice to you, but they might actually hate you. Like, oh. I mean, is it true? Yeah, technically, but I mean, this also just instills such a suspicion in the child. Like, when you try to, I understand trying to set up your child to, like, handle the real world or whatever, but you don't need to instill a lifelong paranoia in your baby. You gotta be mindful of what you say to them. I obviously end up with some people who I'm a bit closer to than others, so I wouldn't expect a majority of them who I'm not as close to invite me to hang out. At the same time, whenever there's any party or activity that isn't created so that the whole group is meant to go, everyone in class, office, etc., I'm never invited. I learn about it having happened afterwards. If it's a Discord type thing, I'll often see people talk about how they all DM one another, but I'm never one to be DM'd. I oftentimes get told that people assume I wouldn't want to join. That's despite me having also told them in the past I don't have any friends that will invite me to anything, but I'm willing to go. But I can tell they don't believe me. I just feel like there must be something wrong with me that makes me so nobody invites me. No, that's untrue, because they're still talking to you. They are still inviting you sometimes. If they just didn't like you, they wouldn't talk to you. They wouldn't spend time with you. They wouldn't engage with you at all. They're not just keeping you around for no reason. Show more excitement about things. You know, show not just that, like, I'm okay with being invited. If like, just think about it this way. If there's a thing that's going to be happening, I want to invite people who are excited to be there. But if it's just like, it's okay, I'll go. Yeah, if somebody invites me, I'll go. It's just like, do you feel especially motivated to invite that person? They're just kind of ambivalent about being there. Like, maybe I feel like I'm bothering them by inviting them because maybe they would only show up out of obligation. I want them to actually be enthusiastic about my invitation. So I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you. I'm just saying maybe show some more excitement, you know, reach out to people more, try to connect with people more. Try to make those connections closer so that the next time something does happen, you're the first person they think about. Or yeah, it could be like Robin's case and they just assume you're too cool. They're like, ah, they're too cool, they wouldn't want to show up. I also am aware that since it's a thing that happens, I should be the one taking charge and inviting people to places, but at the same time, I'm very introverted, and while I'm willing to join someone, I don't have a personality of a leader, and I don't have ideas on what to organize, etc. If this is something that you want to work on, it's something that's definitely changeable. This is definitely something that you can do if this is something you're interested in doing. Plan something fun that you would be happy doing entirely on your own if that was the case. Because inviting people is not a guarantee that they're going to be there. You know, maybe they have conflicting plans, maybe something comes up, maybe, you know, they don't have money or they don't have a way to get there. You know, there's all sorts of different reasons for why somebody might not show up whenever you do invite them. And it might have nothing to do with the fact that they don't want to be there. But that's normally what we gravitate towards is, well, they weren't able to go, so they must not have wanted to come. We don't have to jump all the way to the worst case scenario. There's all these other possibilities. So what I would say is just try to reach out and connect with people in a more meaningful way. Just try to be more open and more friendly at a pace that feels comfortable for you. Just try to strengthen that bond and that connection that you have with the people that you share this world with. And they will be happy to invite you to things. This is a common thing that people worry about, though. This is a really common thing that people deal with. Like, we could even be at a thing, like, we could be at the party, but we feel like, I don't know if anybody here actually does like me. I don't know if I actually am their friend. I'm just here. It's like, no, they invited you. They wanted you to be there. Like a 99.9% chance that the reason why they invited you there was because they want you there. And if for some astronomical chance they invited you there for insidious purposes, like they actually did just invite you there to like poke fun at you, fuck those people. They're mean and nasty and you don't want to be their friend anyway. So get rid of them. But anyway, the community we build here is a great place to practice social engagement and connection and making friends and all those types of things, so feel free to practice here. Can I show you something real quick? I hope it shows up on the camera. She has this spot on her head. She has this one little orange spot. You can see the orange spot there. Like, you can make it bigger. It's her third eye. She has this little orange dot on the top of her head. She's so cute. Every once in a while, I get a lot of anxiety thinking about some sort of catastrophic cosmic event that will wipe out humanity. I think about how scary actually witnessing the event is, but also how society would go absolutely crazy and I may lose the ability to communicate with loved ones or anyone for that matter. This is the end game for your anxiety. This is anxiety's end game. What if gamma waves cooked the planet and I'm on the wrong side of the planet? The other side of the planet gets cooked and I'm on the side that has to you know, not get cooked instantly, but just get cooked slower. And yeah, this is the end game for your anxiety. And the fact of the matter is that once it's all said and done, it's like you won't have to worry about it anymore. You won't have to like this. It's like, what can you do? Like, what can you do? The Earth's gonna explode. What can you do? Like, well, try to have a fun party on the way out. One thing I believe to be absolutely true about humans is that if we knew that the world was going to end, we would throw the single greatest party that we as a species have ever seen. We would be going all out. So I'd try to have fun. I'd try to enjoy it. That's the way I cope with it. I'm like, would people panic? Sure, but there would probably also be people who'd be like, well, it's the end of the world. Let's pop open the Dom Perignon. Unfortunately, it also makes me concoct an escape plan so I won't have to endure how painful and scary the whole thing would be. I usually fixate on it for a day or two, and it naturally leaves my mind. Sometimes it is brought on by reading a headline that is either sensationalized or just a normal headline but sounds worse than it is because I'm not an astronomer or physicist. Yeah, this is what the news tries to do. The news is trying to make you scared because it keeps you reading. What I have learned through my personal long journey with mental illness is that the thoughts in my head are just that, thoughts. Not what is real. Absolutely. You are the being that is experiencing your thoughts. You are the one who is witnessing your thoughts and observing your thoughts. You are not your thoughts. And just because you think it does not mean that it is true. This is happening a lot more frequently lately, with fewer breaks in between. I don't know if it has anything to do with the anxiety around the election or something else. I would say that it's probably pretty safe to say that it has to do with that. But not just that, but like the socio-political climate that has been just coming to a head for the past several thousand years. When I look online for some reassurance and comfort, I usually just find Reddit posts where people are like, yeah, it's out of your control, so just live it up the short time you have here on Earth. For me, that isn't particularly helpful because I find my mind preoccupied with all of this when I try to distract myself. See, the thing is we suffer more in imagination than in reality. So if you are just here today imagining a catastrophic event, you will suffer all the way up until that thing does or does not happen. And so you have extended the duration of your suffering by an indefinite amount of time. Worry about it when it happens. There's not really much sense in worrying about it ahead of time. You can't get your worries out of the way early. You know, worrying today saps tomorrow of its strength. One thing that can be helpful to process this type of feeling, though, is to say, okay, what's the worst case scenario? What would I do if that happened? If the absolute worst case scenario happened, what would I do? Well, you know what you should also do? The inverse of that. What if the best case scenario happened? What would I do then? You plan for both, because in reality, it's probably going to fall somewhere in the middle. I'm also too scared to fact check because, again, I'm not an expert on anything that happens in space, so I feel like I would just dig myself deeper in this pit of despair and anxiety. I also understand our planet has been around for a long time and will continue to be, but I also know that life on Earth has had some resets. Yeah, life on Earth is going to survive with or without us. That is true. We've recently discovered that there are living superorganisms deep down in the Earth's crust that survive in atmospheres and environments that we have no idea that life could actually live down there. So I think the thing that we're discovering about the world, or not just the world, but life in the universe in general, is that it's actually far more common than we might think. If it can really survive in such harsh environments, could be all over the place. I don't know what my question is really, but I want to be able to worry less about this type of thing. I feel like some kind of crazy conspiracy theorist when I get like this. You know what I would do? Let me share with you what I would do real quick. I would sit down and say, all right, I'm going to figure this out. What is the absolute worst case scenario? And what would I do if that happened? And then just run through it. Just get it over with. Just get it out of the way. And then once you do that, you're done. You don't need to think about it anymore. You figured it out. They're like, well, if an asteroid hits the Earth, I would hug a loved one and tell them how much they mean to me. And I would maybe have time to listen to a song or two, and then I would die. And that's it. That's it. Not saying it's gonna happen, but if it does happen, that's probably what we would do. Just being realistic with it. If you fear the worst case scenario, plan for the worst case scenario, but also do yourself the service of planning for the best case scenario as well. Think about both of them. We don't need to dwell just on the negative. Did you just fart? 'Cause you blew me away. No, I didn't. That was the cat. Why do people hate people of different skin color? It doesn't make sense. It's just a color. A blue Honda Civic is no different than a white one or a gray one. The car still functions the same. It still has an engine and it needs gas to run. What the fuck? Why can't everyone just see this? Well, I feel like it's because some people, in order to deal with their own insecurities, they need to feel superior to someone else. And when there's nothing else that separates us, except for the color of our skin, that's what they will lean on, because that is a physical, tangible difference, and they'll say, this must be significant. There must be something here. This is why I must be a better person than this other person. And so it's all just, it stems out of insecurity. It stems out of people wanting to feel better about themselves by feeling like they're better than someone else. Hate is a mindset that people are taught. Yes, no. I say yes. I would say it's something that you are taught. Like little kids, they don't care. Like little kids will play with other kids. It doesn't matter what they look like. That's something you have to learn. It's something that is taught to you. My father is racist and he did it so that he could always have some group besides himself to blame his problems on. Yep, and that's the simple answer for why so many people do this. They just need somebody to blame for their misery. Because they can't blame themselves for their misery, or they can't blame the people who are actually making them miserable. You know, their government or, you know, whomever. They gotta blame somebody else. Somebody who looks different. It just stems from a fear of the unknown and of just a... Yeah. So how do we combat this? Solidarity. Class solidarity. Doesn't matter what you look like. We're all in the same class. There is a club, and none of us are in it. I don't care if you have $100 million, you're still not in the club. $100 million is chump change when you compare yourself to people in the club. Sometimes the fear of the unknown sounds more like the fear of absolutely nothing. Yeah, exactly. It's monsters under the bed type stuff. Acceptance of the self is the key. Absolutely. You have to accept yourself as you are right now in this moment, in the context of all that came before you, and all in which you live. Okay, Kamala. You know, for all the shit that Kamala Harris deserves to get, she did kind of cook with that one. You gotta give it to her. She did kind of cook with that one. Like, a broken clock is right twice a day. Alright, she did cook on that one. It's all the weed she smokes. I would smoke weed with Kamala Harris and we would have a very thought-provoking conversation. Even though you are broken, accept the broken parts, then you can move forward with repair. Absolutely. If there's something within you that you want to mend, something within you that you want to fix, you have to know what's broken first. And it doesn't mean that you are broken, it just means that there's work to be done. There's healing to do. And we've all got healing to do. We've all done it. I haven't made a new friend, had a girlfriend, or felt like I even had the energy to do either of those in 6 years. You wanna be friends? Do you want to be friends? Do you want to break the chain? Do you want to break the habit? Chat, where are my friends at? Where are my friendly people in chat? We've got friendly people in chat. They'll be your friend. How do I know Mike from PA? We're friends in real life. I've watched Mike for years, and he knew who Casey was, and, you know, we hung out and we became friends. I'm glad Mike raids into you. Me too. Me too. It's about time I got a little bit of nepotism. I clogged his shitter. It's true. It's true. That's how you know you're really friends with somebody who can say, hey, where's your plunger? I just took a big Midwestern shit in your low-flow Nevada toilet. Alright, let me reset. Alright, reset. I haven't made a new friend, had a girlfriend, or felt like I even had the energy to do either of those things in 6 years. You know, the thing about this is that when you have friends and people that support you and people who are able to help lift you up, you do find that energy that you're looking for. Like, whenever I feel out of energy, that's when I know that I need to go recharge and I need to go hang out with my friends. I need that boost. I need that lift. My parents fought. We had COVID. One of them went to jail, and neither of them are able to accept any responsibility for how they've destroyed our family. Despite all of that, it's been too long and I need to move on and find some meaning in my life. So, you know, right now is probably not the time, but in the future, rebuilding that broken family could be one of the things that you want to do in life. I'm not saying you need to do it right now, because it still feels like things are, you know. But this is something that a lot of people end up having to do. Bring families back together when they fall apart. So I would say, you know, maintain a connection with the people in your family that you resonate with and the people that you have a connection to. Keep that flame lit. Things might change in a few years. You know, keeping a family together is work. It's work. But no, I feel like it's also valid to say I want some time away. I want to go work on myself, and then when I'm ready, you know, maybe I'll come back. That's fine. That's valid. Why is it so hard to do my hobbies, to make new friends, to look for a girlfriend, and to find happiness? How do I improve and find meaning in my life? I want to make content, for instance, but just end up feeling like the content isn't good and spend too much time editing. How do I make something good without editing it properly? Well, okay, first off, content can be like, a lot of it can be in the edit. Like, I've seen some content that's just like actually not that exciting, but it's the edit that makes it good. So, but that's beside the point. You have goals and you have a list of goals, and what I would say is pick one to start. Which one of these do you want to start with? Do you want to start on building a hobby? Do you want to start by doing more socialization? I would say that those two could very easily be tied in together. Hobbies are a great way to make and find friends. You know, you go to a hobby shop, you go to a club, you go to an event or a convention, and you say, "Hi, my name is..." How long have you been doing this for? What got you into this hobby? You know, one of the best ways to make friends is to not try to sell yourself to them, not to try to like sell them on the idea of you and tell them, you know, "Oh, hey, this is what I've done. This is who I am. Get to know me. Here's all my information." Have the objective be, I want to get to know these people better. If you want to make friends, just show interest in people in a polite and friendly way. Ask them questions about themselves. Show interest in what they're interested in. Get excited when they show excitement. For a lot of people, making friends kind of feels like being at a job interview, so be the one doing the interview instead of the one being interviewed. I think that having hobbies and having friends and being happier will make you in a position where you are much more likely to find a girlfriend. Just think about it. And I'm just being honest. I'm just trying to be fair here. Would you want to enter a partnership with someone who has no hobbies, no friends, and they are unhappy? You might not find happiness entering a partnership with somebody who says, okay, sure, yeah, fine, that's fine. That's a recipe for a clinger. Yeah, that's how you find yourself in a codependent relationship. When you have hobbies and friends and you have happiness, that makes it easier to find somebody who wants to share in that with you and celebrate that with you. So I would say hobbies and friends is a great place to start. So what does that look like for you? What sort of stuff do you like? What sort of stuff have you always wanted to learn how to do? What sort of stuff have you always been interested in but just never gotten around to? Now's the time to do it. You start practicing the hobby, you start socializing more, and then happiness will come as a result of that. And now you've solved 3 out of the 4. So you got this. We believe in you. If you want to talk about it more, we're here for it. You know, if you want to talk about it more, and maybe get into some detail about, like, more specifically what you could do, I'm happy to help. But yeah, I would say step 1, figure out what hobby you want to start pursuing. Or maybe it's an old hobby that you're picking back up. It's a great place to begin. And then go socialize with people who are also interested in that hobby. You've got a mutual interest. That's like 50% of friendship. You want to know one of my cheat codes? You want to know one of my cheat codes? And I actually learned this. I learned this whenever I worked in a Palestinian restaurant, and the owner, he would always say, my friend. He would always call me his friend. I was like, well, I guess we're friends. So if you want to make friends with people, just start referring to them as your friend. It kind of works. If I'm being honest, it kind of works. Just be like, hey, how's it going, friend? Good to see you, friend. You know, tell them that they are your friend. Let them know. Use the word. That's why I'm on Twitch. Easiest way to find people who like the same games I do. Twitch is a great place to connect with people over mutual interests, and that's a great way to practice building connections and finding friends. I have ADHD combined and have struggled with depression. My 10-year-old kid has combined ADHD with high-functioning autism and sensory issues. I never have used medication, but he has prescribed it for ADHD and has yet to use it. I'm very torn about medicating him for ADHD and have bias against brain drugs, as I have witnessed a lot of friends and family deal with the side effects with some benefits and a lot of problems. Yeah, you are totally valid in those concerns, because the way that we will over-medicate kids for being kids is very jarring. You know, giving children like psychotropic medications is just like, it's probably done much more than it really needs to, if I'm being honest. Like, just, like, the way that I look at this is like, what were children doing for the thousands of years before these medications were invented? You know, it's not like autism just started to exist. It's not like ADHD just started to exist. It's not like they're new. We just have a name for it now. I, for one, am much more in favor of behavioral interventions and receiving the necessary support that you need so that medication is not necessary. But I understand that sometimes it might be. I'm worried about him not being able to communicate how it is making him feel. Should I just try it for myself with observation? Should I experience it first to ease anxiety? What are your thoughts on these medications for minors? I would talk to not just one, but like as many doctors as you feel comfortable talking to, because this is something that even doctors are going to be like split on, because when it comes to medicating children, they're tiny and they got tiny brains, and you're giving them big boy medications. So I guess what I would say is, if it's just like, okay, so if you just want to try it and see how it affects your child, the risk for long-term harm is near zero. Like, just trying it for a little while is very unlikely to do anything that's like not able to be undone by just stopping the medication. So it could be helpful, and I would look at it as, this isn't something that he would need forever. You know, this is something that this is not something that my child would need forever. So I would just look at that, I would keep that in mind, and I would talk to the doctor about that as well. Like, how long should he be on it? Like, how long should he take it for? Because I feel like sometimes medication is necessary because it allows you to be more receptive to behavioral interventions. And this goes for adults as well as children. Sometimes medication helps you to put you in a mindset where you are more receptive to behavioral intervention. You know, changing those behaviors internally and, you know, not fixing them with the medication. I feel like a lot of these symptoms that your child is dealing with are things that can be learned to deal with without medication. But if medication is helpful now, then there's no harm in trying, but I would just see what happens. Like, what are the symptoms? Like, I guess what I'm trying to think of is, like, things to consider. What symptoms are we trying to treat with the medication? And are there other ways that we can address those symptoms? Like, don't look at the medication as a treatment for the diagnosis. Look at the medication as a treatment for the symptom that you are trying to address. So whatever that symptom is, you know, lack of focus, hyperactivity, whatever it may be, if that is what you were trying to address, the medication might be able to help with that. I like to describe it like treating a broken arm. You don't have to take painkillers to heal a broken arm, but they make it easier for you to function while you're healing. Absolutely. That's similar to the way that I like to view it. It's like it puts you in a better state of mind to be able to do the healing that you need to do. So if you are going to consider putting your son on medications, I would also just remember that this is only a part of the solution. You know, we need to enforce good routines and, you know, reward good behaviors and, you know, all of the other stuff that goes into raising a little boy. Hi, I'm new to your stream, but I love what you do. Well, thank you. I love what you do too. A little about me. I'm a single father to an 11-year-old daughter. I have 50-50 custody. Me and mom are cordial, but not friends. She was, and still is at times, emotionally abusive and manipulative to me. The relationship was very toxic, but she has never been that way to our daughter from what I can see. She constantly tries to want to be her friends with me, but I don't want that because I don't trust her and fear it might be another tactic of her to manipulate me again. I'm an emotional person, so she learned how to play with my emotions and use them for herself. I don't know how to keep my distance from her, but still portray a good example for our daughter that mom and dad can still get along and raise her even though we're separated. I'm not sure how to handle this. I have a word for what you're trying to build here. It's boundaries. This is boundaries. So what's going to be really important, because this is what you're trying to do. You're trying to build healthy boundaries, not only to protect yourself and to protect your emotions, but to serve the best interests of your kid. You're trying to serve the best interests of your child, and you're also trying to protect your own emotions. And I feel like those two goals are very closely entangled, because when you are able to take good care of yourself, you're able to take better care of your child as well. And so if she wants to be friends with you, set terms for that. What do these boundaries look like? What is it that you would say, you know, this is unacceptable. If we're going to be friends, it's going to have to look like this. No, and the thing about setting boundaries for yourself is that you get to decide what those look like. Nobody else gets to decide for you what that boundary looks like. This is all up to you. So let's say that you were able to have a functional, friendly, and I'm not even going to say friendship. I'm just going to say a functional, friendly relationship. I'm not going to say that you're friends. I'm just going to say that you are capable of being friendly for the sake of your little one. What would that relationship look like? What would that entail? What sort of changes would need to be made? On both parties. You know, when you start to recognize those signs and symptoms of emotional manipulation, that's when the boundary comes into play and says, I'm not, you know, just let them know. Like, we're not going to talk about this, or I will talk to you later. You know, just cut off communication if necessary. Just like, we'll talk again later. You know, learning when to step away and set some space in between you and the person that you're having this kind of communication with. You know who could be really good at helping with figuring out the exact words that you should use? I've got a good friend of mine, and they're great at this kind of stuff. I have a close friend of mine who's really good at handling this type of stuff, and I want to ask them real quick because I think they might be able to say something really effective. check this out. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. Because here's the thing, we know that your goal here is to set healthy boundaries. And we know what that looks like, and we have an idea of what that should be, but sometimes we're just not sure how to phrase it or how to say it. And you know who's really good at that? ChatGPT. So I'm gonna have ChatGPT take a look, and I'm gonna have them come up with a response that you could send to your ex as a way to communicate healthy boundaries. So let's see what they have to say. I'm also going to add to please keep it concise. Hi, X's name. I want to keep a positive and cooperative co-parenting relationship for our daughter, but I think it's best for us to keep our interactions focused on her well-being and any practical needs. I appreciate your willingness to get along, and I'm committed to working together in a respectful way. At the same time, I believe that keeping some personal space will help us both stay grounded and healthy in our roles as co-parents. Thank you for understanding. That's actually, isn't that kind of sick? This message is direct but respectful, setting clear boundaries without inviting confrontation. It shows their commitment to their daughter's well-being, which is what matters most. Like, this is why I appreciate ChatGPT. ChatGPT can really, like, if you have an idea that you're trying to communicate, just give it your notes and then be like, summarize this for me, please. It's really good at that kind of stuff. Thanks, brother. That's actually so sick. So that's my recommendation. And the thing about this recommendation is that this can apply to anybody who needs to communicate with somebody in their family, or, you know, the holiday seasons are coming up and there are moments that might feel conflicted, and maybe we're not sure how to express our feelings in a way that will, like I said, direct but respectful, setting clear boundaries without inviting confrontation. That's the key. And sometimes that's hard to do because we've got so much emotion tied into it. So who better to help than a cold, emotionless robot? Ask somebody who has absolutely no emotional stake in it whatsoever because they're completely incapable of even feeling emotions. But no, I think that's what it's all about. Expressing your boundaries in a clear, respectful way without inviting confrontation. And allow things to develop from there. You know, if you want to, like, just because you're not friends right now doesn't mean that things might not be different in 5, 10, 20 years, you know? It's like, you still have hurt and you still have emotions tied into it, and you can't expect that we're just gonna be besties again. It's like, give it time. And if it comes to that, great. You know, that's great for the relationship that you have with your kid. It's great to see your kid see that your parents can still be friendly even though they're not together. But that, it doesn't have to be that way right now, but it can be something to possibly look forward to. So we're going to wish you best of luck. You got this. Oh, here we go. I've been watching my parents slowly descend into Christian nationalism. It makes me really sad. I've tried being empathetic and understanding, but their views have become more concerning as they get older, especially after this election. I live with them. I can't afford to move out. I don't debate them because I know that's not going to do anything, but I don't know how to pull them away from this ledge they're standing on. They're also trying to imprint their extremely conservative views on my nieces and nephews. I don't know how to help them. This is a difficult situation to be in, because when a person becomes really committed to an idea, it can become very difficult to pull them away from that idea. And if they view you as part of the problem, and because part of what goes into these like radical, like almost cult-like ideas is the idea that anyone who goes against it is part of the problem. If you speak out against it, that's actually the devil. To even, question it is unthinkable. My preferred strategy, and even with like the strategies that there are to be able to, engage with somebody who's really into something like this, it still may or may not be effective. There's no guaranteed way to like pull somebody back from the ledge when at this point they're eager to be there. They want to be there. They're excited to be there. So my suggestion would be meet them where they're at and ask them questions to explore their beliefs. Like, oh, so I hear you saying this, but tell me how you feel about this. Tell me why this should be the way that it is. Tell me, explain it to me. Because a lot of people will grapple to an idea or a belief without even really taking that much time to think about why they believe that. It just feels like what they should believe because they see other people believing it, because they feel like it's the right thing to do, because it's the way they were taught. And they were taught not to question. So just question them on it. Telling them that they're wrong and that they should believe something else instead has never worked in the entirety of changing someone's mind. The best way to change somebody's mind is to pretend that you agree with them and ask them questions to reflect on those beliefs and then share insights regarding those beliefs. Pretend that you both believe this and then engage in a dialogue that it's like you're actually convincing yourself that the opposite is true. The Socratic method, it's true. The Socratic method is how you do it, and the Socratic method can be exhausting. Oh, good morning. Good morning, Kane. 41 months? Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Just for fun, I also asked ChatGPT this question because I wanted to see what the AI had to say about this. It said it's a tough situation, especially because it sounds like you've tried to engage with them empathetically, and you're right that debating them won't change things. Here are a few ideas to help navigate that dynamic. Set boundaries. Saying things like, I'd rather focus on what connects us instead of divides us. By the way, we're going to do a holiday survival guide episode soon. It's probably going to be next week to get us ready for Thanksgiving. You got to go hang out with your racist uncle. This is what we were talking about earlier, is to lead with curiosity instead of debate with them. So you're going to ask them open-ended questions that invite them to reflect on their beliefs, such as, what do you feel the end goal of that approach would be, or how do you feel that that lines up with other values that we both care about? You know, have them reflect more deeply on their beliefs without making them feel like you're confronting them. If they feel like you're confronting them, they're going to go on the defense, and then you're not going to get anywhere. The walls are going to come up. Be a steady influence on your nieces and nephews. You know, just continue to talk with them. Like children learn lots of things from lots of adults. So just be a force for good and try to counteract. Sometimes that's all you can do. Show them the value in curiosity, critical thinking, and kindness. And also prioritize your own emotional well-being. You know, take breaks when you can. Find a support network, and talk to friends. Let them find the flaws in it themselves, but guide them. Yeah, that's what you gotta do. You can't tell them, this is wrong, this is why you're wrong, and this is what you should think instead, because then people are just gonna plug their ears and go, nah, 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 nah. They don't want to hear it. So just asking things like, what should the world look like? How should people treat each other? You know, just talk about what brings us together and get them to reflect on those things, and then, you know, small, subtle suggestions. You're planting seeds. Those seeds might take hold, those seeds might not take hold. But all you can do is try. All right, gamers. Are we ready? It's presentation time. Have a bite of my cookie. Before we begin, I want to make a little poll. You know, I love taking data. I love to do a little poll. Did you order more of the maple cookies? No, this is some of the leftover maple cookie. This is some of the leftover maple cookie. The maple cookie was so good, by the way. Oh my god. That maple cookie was special. Before we talk about flow states, which I find like there's some people in here who have heard of it and they're pumped, they're excited to talk about this topic. This is a topic I like. This is going to be a more positive, upbeat, motivating type topic, so get excited. But before we begin, just a little poll, because I like to, you know, I like to know who I'm talking to. I like to know what our level of understanding is so that I can adopt my approach effectively. And it seems like a lot of us here either haven't heard of them before, or maybe we have heard of them, but we're not entirely sure what that means. We might have an idea. I'm tempted to order because it sounds scrumptious. You know, you said you were having a tough day. Maybe a crumble cookie is what you need. I really appreciated everyone's topics and the advice given. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Isn't this community just so fucking cool? Like, just be honest. Like, aren't we just fucking awesome? Like, not to toot my own horn or anything, but like, come on, give it up for yourselves. You guys are the best. And I don't just mean guys. I mean that. You all are the best. Really looking forward to your holiday survival talk too. Yeah, I'm gonna do it next week. I might do it next week, or I might do it the week of Thanksgiving. I might do it on like the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. I used to like Flow State, but then I remember seeing how it was mumbo jumbo. I'm excited to see what your presentation is about. I mean, I don't see it as mumbo jumbo because it's literally something that you could measure within a person in a quantitative way. You could literally like hook diodes up to somebody's head, and then if they enter a state of like a flow state, it would look a certain way in their brain. But the thing about anything related to the mind is that there are always going to be people who are like, nah. There's always going to be people who are just like, I don't believe it. There are people out there who don't believe that mental health works or that mental health is real. But even though there's like overwhelming evidence that it does work and that it has helped people. Like, just because it can't help 100% of people doesn't mean it doesn't work. Like, even like medications or surgeries or other types of treatments don't have a 100% effective rate. I feel like a lot of people convince themselves that mental health isn't real or that it doesn't work because they worry that it couldn't help them. And if it can't help them, then it can't work for anybody. Everybody else just must be deluding themselves. It's like, well, I tried mental health, I tried therapy, it didn't work for me, so it doesn't work at all. Maybe you just weren't ready for it yet. This is a good cookie, by the way. This might be one of the best cookies I've ever had. Alrighty, so it looks like a lot of us haven't heard of flow states before, so I'm excited. I often forget that like a lot of the stuff that, you know, we talk about in psychology is not as common knowledge as I think it is. Like, the stuff that I think about on the day-to-day for a lot of people is just something that they've never heard of before, and I need to remember that that happens. Kind of like how Mike will be like, oh yeah, sure, everybody knows about, you know, this historical event that happened in 1612, but he's like, but no, wait, no, actually most people don't even know what that is. All right, so I'm excited. I'm excited for this topic. It's one of my favorites. So buckle up, have a seat, get a snack. Let's flow. So before we get into it, let's talk about it. Let's define it. What is flow? What is a flow state? A flow state, or the state of flow, is a mental state where a person is fully immersed, focused, and absorbed in an activity, often losing sense of time and self-awareness. Have you ever become so immersed in a task that everything else disappears, And in that moment, you are the task. You ever been that dialed in? Kind of like this. Like, oh, it's business time. The concept was originally coined by a psychologist whose name I have no chance in hell of pronouncing properly. I might need to go online and see how to pronounce this.
We are looking at how to pronounce this name, the name of this Hungarian-American psychologist. How do you say
I thought the playback speed was at half because it sounded. I'm like, oh no, that's just how he talks. Okay.
it? Mihai Csikszentmihalyi. Mihai Csikszentmihalyi. Cheek sent me high.
Mihai Csikszentmihalyi.
Csikszentmihalyi. Pretty straightforward, and now you know.
Okay, that's way
idiot.
easier than I thought it would be. Mihai Csikszentmihalyi. Alright, we got it. It was easier than I thought it would be. That was way easier than I thought it would be. Like, when I read this, my brain says, Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi. So, originally coined by Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, he described the state of flow as the optimal experience. The optimal human experience. Common examples of this would be being in the zone. You know, when athletes are in the zone, you know, they're dialed in. When you're fully immersed in an artistic work. You know, or even when you're playing a game and you're just deeply engaged in that challenge and you're focused and you're... Everything else is just gone and you just are dialed in on the task at hand. You're not thinking about anything else, you are just fully immersed. This is the original chart for a flow state, and there's actually a newer, more revised one that we're going to look at after. But the general point is that a flow state occurs when the challenge level is high, but your skill level is also high. That is when you are most in the zone. You are at the cutting edge of your abilities. So that's when we're in our state of flow. This is the original chart for it, but there's actually a revised chart that I want to show you that's a little easier to understand. In this one, flow doesn't exist just in the low or in the high skill, high challenge. Flow is actually a zone. There is a flow zone, and it means that the challenge level and our skill level are in sync. And I kind of like this one a little bit better because I feel like you can be in a flow even if the skill level is low, or even if the skill level is somewhere in between. Like, I look at like driving as a flow state activity for me. Like, I just become immersed in the activity. I am the car. And so as you can see on this one, you know, things vary or things get different as you start to branch out from that junction point of skill and challenge level. If your skill is really high, but the challenge is really low, you get bored or you get weary. You're not stimulated enough. Meanwhile, if you're testing your abilities and you're trying things that might even be harder than anything you've ever tried before, you start to get excited or even concerned, or you start to feel overwhelmed, or you even feel stressed and burnt out. Like, if the challenge level is too high but you just don't feel capable of doing it, that's when you feel the most stressed. So at the high end of it, it would be burnout, and at the low end of it, it would be bore out, according to this model. There is no fear, I think, when in flow, not sure. Right? Like, there's no time for fear, because fear is something that we like have to kind of sit back and think about. But when you're really in the flow of things, you're so immersed in whatever it is you're doing, there's no room for fear. We feel confident. When we feel in a state of flow, this is when we feel our most confident. So let's talk a little bit more about what it means to be in a flow state so we can understand it a bit more. Flow states mean intense concentration. We're fully focused on the task at hand, whatever it might be that we're doing. We also see this merger between action and awareness. The thing that we're doing feels almost automatic. It feels like we're just going off of instinct. It feels like we are just, we don't need to like consciously think about what we're doing, we're just doing it. There's also a loss of self-consciousness. Things such as worry and self-criticism fade away. You're so immersed in whatever it is you're doing that everything else fades away, even worry and self-criticism. So what I want you to think about while we talk about this is to think about what some flow state activities are for you. A really easy one to think of that might apply to a lot of people here is video games, for example. Like when you're, trying to beat a boss in Elden Ring or something. Being in a flow state can also give you a distorted sense of time. Time may feel like it slows down, or it might feel like it speeds up. When we're in a flow state, we kind of lose our sense of time. You might sit down and you're like drawing a picture or, doing some other type of artistic expression. You're putting Legos together. You're, doing something that's engaging and you're immersed in it. And next thing you know, it's 3 hours later and your stomach's rumbling and you're like, oh, I need to go eat a burrito. Another important characteristic of a flow state is that it is intrinsically motivating. The activity itself is rewarding, regardless of the actual outcome of that activity. It's about enjoying the journey, being immersed in it. That itself is satisfying. So if you're playing a game or, playing a sport or doing a thing, it's not about the reward you get when it's over or having the thing accomplished. It's about enjoying the journey. It's enjoying the activity as you're doing it. I used to hit flow in Valorant. I was Radiant once. And you kind of have to. You kind of, like, if you're gonna be like a competitive, like ranked gamer, it's like you can't do that without a flow state. It's like if it's not a flow state thing for you, it's probably just not gonna happen. Let's talk about some of the necessary conditions for a flow state. Things that can help us to make a flow state more likely to happen. First off is clear goals. If we know what it is we're working towards, it helps to guide our focus and keep us engaged. Eating. An example I would give of flow state is like you're cooking, but maybe you're trying a new recipe. Maybe you're trying to, push your skills a little bit. You're making something that you've always wanted to make, but you felt like maybe I am not ready to try to make that yet. And you're like, all right, I'm going to try to make it. Another thing that really helps to maintain flow is the immediate feedback that we can receive from it. If we're able to assess our progress, we can make real-time adjustments and improvements. Like a boss in Elden Ring, and you're like, ooh, I got greedy. You're like, oh, I should have hung back. I went for an extra attack. I can only go for 2 attacks before I have to start dodge rolling. It's also important that there is a balance between your challenge level and the skill level. The activity must be challenging enough to keep you engaged, but not so difficult that it causes frustration. This is why it's kind of like a flow zone. If it's too challenging, we're just going to get frustrated. If it's not challenging enough, we get bored. So you got to find that sweet spot. I would say streaming is a flow state activity for a lot of people. I'm in my flow. This is also a really important thing to remember, that if the things that you are doing aren't satisfying to you anymore, maybe you need to challenge yourself a little bit more. Maybe if you're feeling bored, maybe it's because you're just not stimulating yourself enough. You need to push your skills a little bit. Because we love a challenge. You know what I mean? We love a challenge. We love growing. We love getting stronger. Playing a strategy game? Oh yeah, like me playing Cities Skylines is a flow state activity for me, and I'll restart my city 10 times as I learn something new every time I restart. I'm like, oh, I should not have put the power plant there. Let's talk about why flow matters. Why is it important? Why is it beneficial to us? First off, it improves your performance. Think about athletes, think about musicians, think about creators. It's this flow state that allows them to reach their peak performance. And it's also an indicator, sometimes when these people you feel like they're phoning it in. You know what I mean? Like you can tell when somebody's really dialed in, or if they're just, going through the motions. It also increases your satisfaction and happiness levels. People report higher levels of happiness during and after flow experiences. Just think about your flow experiences and how they make you feel. It's a very positive place to be. Just the right amount of challenge, the right amount of skill. We don't want things to be too hard or too easy. We want things to be just right, like Goldilocks. It also helps to reduce your anxiety. By being immersed in flow, it reduces your rumination and your negative thoughts. Just literally by being immersed in an activity, you're not thinking about other things. You're not thinking about the past. You're not thinking about the future. You're just in the zone. So it's a good place to be. It also enhances your ability to learn. When we're in our flow state, we achieve this level of focus that we might not see in other times of the day. We actually become more reflective, more aware. It allows us to hone our skills even better. It allows us to solve problems better. It's great for anxious thoughts to focus on something else, right? It's like, I am a believer that an anxious mind is a bored mind. Like when you're bored, where does your mind want to go? It's like, well, what could go wrong? It's like, that's a fun game. Let's play that game. All right, brain, let's play. What could go wrong? Find a new game for your brain to play. All right, so now hopefully we have a much better understanding about what a flow state is. Let's talk about how to do it. The part we've all been waiting for. First off, you gotta find the right challenge. I want you to seek out activities that are slightly more challenging than your current skill level. So think about your hobbies, think about your interests, your creative pursuits. What is something that you can do to take that skill to the next level? What sort of things do these look like? Like, what does this type of thing look like? This looks like something that it's like, well, I think I could do it, but I've never tried. I think that's something I could do. I'm pretty sure I could figure it out. It's that type of stuff. It's not the stuff that you're like, oh, there's just no way I could do that. Like, build yourself up to that. You want to try to find the stuff that is less like, I think I could do that. You know, if I really applied myself. You can definitely apply that to mental health challenges. Absolutely. You gotta challenge yourself. Our brains love a challenge, okay? That's the thing. Our brains love a challenge. Whether or not you identify as being a challenge lover, your brain loves a challenge. That's why it's always challenging itself without your permission. Another thing that helps us to flow is to minimize our distractions. Create an environment that supports your focus. Anything that's going to distract you, anything that's going to interrupt you, minimize it. And this also goes for people who struggle with like things such as focus or attention deficit. It's just like, remove all possible distractions. Clear goals and intentions. Define what it is that you want to achieve. Our goals become much more attainable when we set clear and well-defined goals for ourselves. This helps you to stay focused, and it helps you to have a more clear idea of what it is you're trying to work on. Comfort affirms, discomfort motivates. It's true. It's true. Mindfulness is also a really great practice. You know, I recommend mindfulness every single day. Can you tell that I think it's important? Helps me so much if I break up goals into smaller, actionable tasks. Right? Like if I give you a 6-foot sub and I say, eat this sandwich, it's going to be easier to eat if you cut it up into bite-sized pieces. Rather than trying to shove the whole gigantic sandwich into your mouth at once. Baby steps. Break those baby steps down into even smaller steps if you need to. If you engage in mindfulness practices, it helps you to be able to focus better. And this will allow flow to be more accessible to you. The more you refine your ability to focus, the more accessible a flow state becomes. And one of the best ways to refine our focus is to practice our mindfulness. And mindfulness is simply awareness. What is my body feeling right now? What are my nerve endings telling me? What sort of sensations do I feel? Are there any tastes lingering in my mouth? Are there any sounds that I can hear around me? How does the temperature of the air feel against my skin? How does my butt feel against the chair? How do my feet feel against the ground? Another way to induce a state of flow is to choose activities that you enjoy. If it's something that you enjoy doing, it's going to be more intrinsically motivating for you. And if we're not familiar with intrinsic motivation means that it's motivation that stems from within you. Intrinsic, internal. The opposite would be extrinsic motivation, which would be somebody standing behind you with a club and they say, I need you to make that sandwich or I'm going to bonk you on the head. So intrinsic motivation is also the best type of motivation to have because it comes from within you and it can be depended on whenever you need it. Extrinsic motivation can be finite. So one of the things that can help you to enter a flow state is to do it with an activity that you like. This will increase the chances that you enter a flow state naturally. Some examples of flow states in everyday life. It happens when we work or when we're productive. If we can get into a flow state, we can get more work done. We can be more productive, and we also feel more satisfied with the work that we do. It makes us more engaged, and it makes us more motivated. This also applies to our creative projects. Writers, artists, musicians, they regularly use flow states as a way to bring their creativity to life and to come up with new ideas. This also happens with sport and exercise. You know, when you're trying to set a new personal best, you're trying out a new routine, you're trying to, push yourself to the next level. Flow states are what allow you to push past mental barriers. What would the world look like if everyone were in a flow state all the time? We would have colonized the entire solar system already. We probably would have done it 500 years ago. Flow states also manifest in our leisure activities. Whether it be our video games or other hobbies, you find this balance between challenge and skill, and it allows you to feel like you're in a state of flow. And I feel like that's one that's really relatable for a lot of people. That one and like creative expression, you know, making art, playing games. Yay for colonization, I guess. Well, I mean, if everybody were in a flow state at the same time, I mean, like, we would solve racism, we would solve social inequality, we would have luxury gay space communism. And you could take a vacation on Europa. The way my subtitle said Europa. Oh, now it says Europa. Like, what? Now it says Europa. Okay. On sports and exercise, I built little routines around time I wanted flow, and that really helped me. Nice. You love to hear that. You love to hear it. Like, think about, you know, you're working out, you're warming up, you're starting to build up towards that flow state, and then you're in the position where you're like, all right, I'm gonna set a new personal best. I'm gonna do more reps than I did previously. I'm gonna push myself to the next level. That's where you're in that moment of flow. Final thoughts on the flow states. Flow states can transform how you approach work, your hobbies, and challenges in general in your life by promoting a sense of deep engagement and more satisfaction in those things. I have a challenge for you. I would like for you to consider trying a new or slightly challenging activity and see if you can cultivate a flow state by applying the tips that we talked about today. That's my challenge for you. To go with the flow. One thing that can help you to come up with an idea would to be reflective and to ask yourself, what activities have made me feel the most in the zone before? And how can I integrate more of these things into my daily life? I want to try knitting. What's stopping you? Give it a go. Give it a go. What's a good first thing to knit? I would assume like a scarf would be a great first thing to knit because it's just a big rectangle. You know, it doesn't sound that complicated. Then once you get a scarf or two under your belt, maybe you could do a hat or a pair of socks. I've always felt I am too stupid. Well, you're wrong, so... The fact that you're literally able to type out that sentence means that you are smart enough to knit. So chat, this has been the Flow States presentation. How are we feeling? Do we have any questions? Do we feel more knowledgeable? Have we learned something today? I want to be able to make beautiful blankets and give them to people. Can we reframe that? I'm going to work on being able to make beautiful blankets so that I can give them to people. Whenever we have things that we want to do, let's reframe it. Let's reframe it so that it's something that we are in the process of doing and not just something that we are saving for later. Got me hyped up. I got hyped up too. Who's feeling hyped? Let's go. Hype, hype, hype. Oh, I miss Poopy. Oh, here she goes. I can't see the chat through you, Miss Poopy. She's sitting in front of my monitor and I can't see the chat now. For those of you who did not know what a flow state was going into the presentation, do you now feel that you do know? Is anybody still confused? Does anybody still have any questions before we go back to the question box? Is anybody looking for any recommendations or any tips on how to induce a flow state yourself? Oh, there she. Oh, she's turning around. That's what she does. After I knit, I want to learn to grow weed in a closet. It's legal in Illinois. You don't have to grow it in a closet unless you want it to be in a closet. But, I mean, if you have a spare closet, it's actually not that hard. They call it weed because it grows. It grows. As someone who has grown it, it's like it basically grows itself. A lot of the learning in growing weed comes from knowing what type of lights to use, knowing how to prune it. Like after the plant grows to a certain height, you want to cut the top so that it stops growing up and it starts growing out. I would have to find out if my landlord would let me. He's very hard to gauge. I can't tell if he's a cool guy or a Trumper hillbilly. Like, why would he find out? Like, what? Like, why would he even know? Is he gonna come? Does he come and do inspections in your apartment all the time? Is it any of his business? What is the? You live in Illinois, right? Like, what is the Illinois about growing weed? I know in Missouri, anybody can legally grow a certain number of plants. I would assume that it would be somewhat similar in Illinois. But the thing about legal weed in different states is that there's different laws in every state, so I don't know. But if it's legal to do, it's just like, you can do it. Like... Like you could grow, like, it's just like any other house plant at that point. Yeah, you could just get one of those little tent enclosures. They sell them on Amazon even. Just go on Amazon and look up grow tent. You can find one that suits your needs. It's the right size for you. Like, oh my goodness, would you look at this? Look at all those tomatoes you can grow inside. This is like the one I had actually. And it's got like, I had like the air filters and all of the other stuff, but like if I end up growing weed again, I'm not gonna bother with air filtration. Yeah, but look at all those tomatoes you can grow. Look at all those tomatoes. That's the air filter out there. You only need the air filter if you're worried about it smelling like tomatoes. Because whenever the flowers of the tomatoes start to bloom, it's gonna really smell like tomatoes. And so that's why that air filter's there. It also helps to like pull air in from the bottom. So it pulls air in from the bottom and then it cycles it out through the top. And so it keeps steady airflow in there. And then you have a light, and then you have to keep it at a certain temperature. This one's actually sick. It's got a temperature gauge and stuff now. Like, wow, that's wild. You can buy the tent, all of the stuff that goes with the tent, and then the light, which they make LED lights for growing plants now, which are pretty good. You used to have to get these really expensive light bulbs. And you can get a nice basic starter set for around $400. But you don't even need all of these things to actually do it. Like, this one, you know, it's everything. It's 300 something. You could even go smaller if you know, just want to do something a little more low key. Does it count as a flow state if it's in The Sims 4? Sure. The reason I'm thinking about growing is the pricing in Illinois. Oh, absolutely. It's ridiculous. Because the Illinois law for weed, if you don't know this, and you probably know this, but a lot of people in chat might not be familiar. The way that they price weed in Illinois is based off of the percentage of THC in whatever it is you're buying. And so if you're gonna buy like distillates or concentrates, like wax or like vapes or those types of things, they're really expensive. So Illinois weed is super expensive. That's why I love Missouri weed, because it's cheap. We've actually got really great prices on weed in Missouri. I'm really happy about it. You can regularly get an eighth of weed for like under 20 bucks. Not including taxes and stuff. But still, like, that's half of what I was paying 15 years ago. Allegedly. I live in Western Illinois, not Chicago, so there's only 2 dispensaries. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Might be worth making a trip down to St. Louis. Chat, are we in the flow? Are we flowing? We're all caught up with the question box right now, so I would just go ahead and like to redirect everybody. If you have any questions you want to talk about, we're going to get back into some Q&A. So if you have any questions, feel free to drop those in the question box and we'll get right to them. We're all caught up. So right now, we're chilling. I don't want to go on this trip. You don't have to if you don't want to. I feel like the terms and conditions of this trip have changed since you initially agreed to go on the trip, and it makes sense that your mind would change. You were promised one thing and you were then met with another thing. It's too late to cancel. I would still have to pay. Well, then I guess just try to have fun. Just do it for you, I guess. I don't know. So, just try my best to have fun anyway. Maybe I'll take a bite out of this apple while we wait for a question to pop up. How about that? Or will I? Yeah, I'm about to unlock some gamma waves. The way I see it is if you still have to pay for the trip, I would just go and just try to have fun anyway. And if the other person just isn't having fun, that doesn't mean you can't have fun. This is Robin. ... How do I rest? And I don't really mean sleep. Although sleeping is hard too, but how can I rest? I don't know how to just relax and set my worries aside for later. Relaxation is a skill. And this is something that a lot of people don't properly recognize. We assume that relaxation is just the opposite of action. And that's not the case. Relaxation is something that you can be good at, you can be bad at it, it's something that you can practice, it's something you can get better at. So, what does relaxation look like to you? Like when you think about relaxing, what does that look like? What does that sound like? I'm chronically bad at relaxing. How do we approach this? What does relaxation look like to you? To me, relaxing makes me think of when I am so exhausted that all I can do is collapse in bed and just be tired. See, now that to me is not relaxing, that is exhaustion, and there's a difference. Relaxation is a choice. It's not something we have to do, it's something we choose to do. So what are some things that you think could make you feel more relaxed just by your own volition, by your own choice? Sometimes for me, it's stuff like lighting a candle, running a warm bath, drinking a cup of tea, reading a book, petting a cat. Watching this stream. Oh yeah, we have very relaxing vibes here. We work very hard to maintain the vibes here. The vibes here are immaculate. You cannot deny. Imagine a more relaxed version of yourself. What are they doing? Are they laying back in a recliner wearing a bathrobe with cucumber slices over their eyes? Like, what are they doing? Let's figure it out. Let's look at it in a materialistic way. Watching this stream is a form of relaxation for me. I'm happy to hear it. I'm happy to hear it. That actually makes me very happy to hear that a lot of people find relaxation here. It makes me proud of myself and proud of all of you. Doing my back stretches to relieve my scoliosis pain is usually pretty relaxing, I guess. Can I help you with some reframing? The way that, like, sometimes I will just have like a total hick accent on like one word is just so funny. Like, can I help? Like, I don't even talk like that. Hello? Like, where'd that come from? Can I help you with a little bit of reframing? I want to help you with a little bit of reframing. What you said was, doing my back stretches is usually pretty relaxing, I guess. What are some words from that thought, from that belief, that we might be able to snip away to refine that idea? Doing my back stretches is relaxing. Even in the way that we are approaching relaxation, we're gatekeeping it. We recognize that it is something that is relaxing, but we gatekeep it, and we say, well, I guess it's pretty relaxing, I guess. If that's the case, then it is relaxing. And that's what matters. So how could we make it more relaxing? Put on some meditative tones. Maybe you fire up some incense or a nice smelly candle. You put on some mood lighting. Think about relaxation in the same way that you would look at a recipe. It's got ingredients, it's got components. Just one ingredient and one component might resemble relaxation, but there's still more that we could add to it. So, my recommendation, and this is a simple practice to follow, and it's just one that you can continue to do, and hopefully it'll continue to serve you, is I want you to do something that you know to be relaxing, and while you're doing it, ask yourself this question. How could I make this even more relaxing? You know, redirect your anxiety into that question. Because sometimes what prevents us from feeling properly relaxed is our anxiety runs wild. It starts worrying about other stuff and it pulls us out of the relaxation. So give your anxiety a new job. Have it focus on, what can I do to make this even more relaxing? My anxiety is absolutely wild, LOL. The way I like to look at it is I like to look at it as putting the monkey to bed. Anxiety is a byproduct of our monkey mind. And if we want to calm our anxiety, you gotta put the monkey to bed. I tend to have a wandering mind. Then try to focus on the feeling of relaxation, and when you notice that you have wandered away from that, just gently redirect yourself onto what it is you're trying to do. What can I do to be even more relaxed? Do I get a blankie? Do I get a blanket? Do I get, do I put on a show? Do I put on a movie? Do I invite someone over? What could add to this? What is this missing? What ingredient can I add to this? Excuse me. It's this goddamn Trump presidency. I have been slamming Tums. I've just been chowing down on these Tums ever since election day. Like, I blame that for my heartburn. Y'all know those people who can fall asleep in like 10 minutes? Oh yeah, I'm one of them. But I had to teach myself how to do it. And the way that I did that was by recognizing that sleep is a byproduct of all of the ingredients of sleep. And so instead of just trying to force myself to go to sleep, I make sure that all of the ingredients are there. I'm comfortable. I'm tired. The environment is right for sleep for me. It's dark. There's white noise. Takes me like 2 hours to fall asleep. Read a book. Read a book in bed and you will go to sleep much faster. And I mean, worst case scenario, you read a book. Like, even if you don't fall asleep that much faster, at least, you're doing something more productive than just overthinking about stuff. You know what I mean? About to go take a nap. Just got home and got my flu shot. Ooh, yeah, that'll wear you out. That'll wear you out. I had a friend confide in me that they believe that global intelligence is all over the stolen election and a big change is coming to the government and many influential people. This person is a well-regulated LGBTQ person who has had a terrible time coming to terms with what this election result may do to their immediate family. I have no idea how or even if to counter the narrative or just ignore the weird stuff, as his brain is trained to cope and support it any way I can. I do feel like change is coming because change is inevitable. And I feel like a lot of people are waking up to the true state of the world. They're realizing that the powers that be just are not interested in helping the common person, and that needs to change. this sounds like it could be just stress related. You know, a lot of people are feeling justifiably very stressed right now. And some people are going to convert it into copium. Some people are going to convert it into conspiracy. And some people are going to convert it into solidarity. Some people are going to convert it into meaningful action. And so what I would recommend, or what I would encourage, is to start connecting with people, start talking about it more, start collectivizing. That is where our strength lies. And we need now to feel strong more than ever. Solidarity forever. I guess right now, you know, since you're worried about your friend and you're worried about, you know, how they're handling this stress, just keep an eye on them. Just try to be supportive. Just try to be, you know, don't embellish it. Don't like... I wouldn't worry about countering it so much because they might just not be in a place where they're receptive to that type of talk right now. You can try, but you might not get very far. So I would just try your best to just be encouraging and supportive and, you know, be a place where they can feel comfortable and safe. Because that's what they really need. They need that genuine human connection. And this is just something that I've noticed by working with people who are dealing with like stress-driven conspiratorial ideas. They're not really in a place where you can like dispel that. You kind of just have to help them to not feel as stressed so that their mind clears and they're able to think about it in a more rational, logical way. Sorry to hear that your friend's going through that, but it sounds like, you know, you said, you know, they're well regulated, and I feel like things will get better. Just, you know, as this initial shock and stress passes and we're able to actually do more about it, things should get better. I am actually excited to see where things are by the spring. You know, the spring is when protest season is really going to start, and I want to see where that goes. I want to see what happens. I love a good, peaceful demonstration. But yeah, if you notice that your friends are stressed about it, it's understandable, you know. Bring them in here if you feel comfortable doing so. Like, we try to create an environment where people can talk about these feelings and in a productive and helpful way. I recently saw my prescriber who put me on Xanax, which is a new medication for me. I have been taking it for about a week. It does calm me down, but it also makes me very tired. Is this normal for this medication? Yes, it is. Xanax is a benzodiazepine, and benzodiazepines are a nervous system suppressant. They basically just take your nervous system and dial it down. You know, yeah, you know what I mean? And so yeah, a very normal side effect is that it makes you sleepy. Also, would counseling be a better long-term goal instead of Xanax, or does the fact that I was given it mean that I need it really bad? Just because you were given it does not mean that you need it really bad. A lot of doctors will just give it out if you ask for it. I'm not saying that that's your doctor, I'm not trying to say that. But I have known doctors who do that. The way that I would treat this medication is it best serves you in states of emergency, when I feel like my anxiety is too high to manage on my own and I need some help. Because in the long run, what you want to do is become better at managing your anxiety on your own and not become dependent on a medication to manage your anxiety for you. Because something that's really important to remember, something that's really important to keep in mind, is that benzodiazepines are habit forming. And getting off of Xanax or similar medications like Valium or Klonopin or any of those other anxiolytics, it can be tough. It's like detoxing off of alcohol. It can actually be physically dangerous. So what I would recommend, and what I generally recommend to everybody, is to treat these types of medications as something to use in a case of emergency. Where does Ativan fall? I'm pretty sure Ativan is also a benzodiazepine. Yeah, that lorazepam. Yep, it's a benzo. Here, let's just do a little bit of education real quick. That's how I have been using it. I don't take it unless I'm having a full-on panic episode. And that's the way to treat it. You know, treat it in the, in case of emergency, break glass type situation. Because what I really want people to understand, because I've seen this firsthand, I've seen this very often working in the mental health field. People become very dependent on their anti-anxiety medications, to the point where many doctors and many prescribers don't prescribe them to people because of how habit-forming they can be. If you're concerned about the addictiveness of it, there are other things that can be prescribed to help your anxiety that are not habit-forming, like beta blockers. There's another one called Depakote. It's actually an anti-seizure medication that they will prescribe that helps with mood regulation. There are other options out there, like Buspar is another one. But anyway, I want to talk about benzodiazepines for a minute. The thing about benzodiazepines and why they become so addictive is because you feel anxiety, and then your conditioned response is, whenever I feel anxiety, I take the pill. I feel anxiety, I take the pill. I feel anxiety, I take the pill. And now what I have taught myself is that my solution to deal with my anxiety is to take the pill. And whenever I don't have the pill, my anxiety is going to become overwhelming because I don't have a way to cope. Some of the most profound freakouts where people are just screaming and yelling and cussing have been when people run out of their anxiety meds. I've just seen people say such hateful, vicious, awful stuff because they're just so frustrated because they don't have access to their benzodiazepines. Now, that being said, I do believe that they are very helpful if you use them responsibly and mindfully. Because what you want to do is you want to practice sitting with your anxiety, becoming more comfortable with your anxiety, turning your anxiety into a tool. A tool, like think about a hammer. A hammer is a tool. A hammer can do all sorts of fantastic stuff. It can pound nails, it can remove nails, it can do other stuff, but it can also smash your finger. So use it as a tool, but use that tool appropriately. I recommend using medications as a way to take the edge off so that it is easier to work on the things that you need to work on. And so I would use it that way. Don't use it just as a cure for your anxiety, because that's only going to give you more trouble down the line. Use it as something that makes it easier for you to work on your anxiety. But keep working on it. You know, view it as like training wheels or like a crutch or, you know, whatever analogy works for you. So let's talk about benzodiazepines for a second. Treat a range of conditions, including anxiety and insomnia. And like we said, they are a nervous system suppressant, which is why they can help you fall asleep and also reduce your anxiety. In the short term, these medications are usually safe and effective, but long-term use can lead to tolerance, dependence, and other adverse effects. Tolerance means that you're going to need more and more of it to get the same effect because you build up a tolerance to it. Dependence means that you're going to feel like, I need it. I can't handle my anxiety otherwise. I need it. And it can lead to some really bad panic. Like if you misplace your pill bottle, or if you run out or you take them too soon and then you can't get a refill, and it's just very stressful. Some benzodiazepines include Xanax, Klonopin, Valium, Ativan, and Versed. They all end with am. Alprazolam, clozapam, diazepam, lorazepam, midazolam. Taking too many benzos can be dangerous, and mixing it with alcohol or other substances can be fatal. They are used to treat insomnia, anxiety, social anxiety, seizure disorder, panic disorder. The way that they work is by making a neurotransmitter in your brain more effective. There's a neurotransmitter known as gamma-aminobutyric acid, but we call it GABA for short. And what GABA does is it sends calming messages to the body. GABA is one of those like calming hormones, and it makes it more effective. So it basically just turns down the stimulation level of your nervous system. I have GAD. Okay. The way that I like to look at any type of diagnosis is not, I have this. I like to say, this has me. Like, for example, I would say, I don't have anxiety. Anxiety has me. It's not me dealing with anxiety. It's anxiety dealing with my stubborn ass. So good luck, anxiety. You're gonna need it. My GF was prescribed benzos for insomnia, and she was way overprescribed, and the withdrawal was traumatizing for her. See, that sucks that she had to go through that. But this is something that happens very commonly, and this is why so many providers actually don't prescribe benzos at all, is because that stuff can happen so easily. So just be very mindful of it. Be very mindful of it. Be mindful of how you use it, the situations in which you use it, and the goal of using it. In the short term, it could be a tremendously powerful tool, so use that tool. Learn about how to handle your anxiety. Learn how to manage your anxiety. Don't take it unless you absolutely feel like I have to take it. Like Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson was addicted to benzodiazepines, and he had to go to Russia to be put into a coma to detox from them. And then he came back from Russia, and he was never the same. He cooked his brain. I was addicted to benzodiazepines, and what I did was I went to Russia, and they put me into a coma. And I came back and I started ranting about trans people. How do you fully process unresolved emotions? I like this question. This is a good question. Wasn't he eating raw meat and shit too? Oh yeah, he started doing that after the coma. He started doing like a carnivore diet. It's like, Jordan, what did you do to your brain, man? How do we fully process unresolved emotions? Well, to fully understand the nature of human emotion, we have to think back into the ancient times and the old kings, and we have to look at the Sumerian texts. That's Jordan. How do we fully process unresolved emotions? This is a really interesting question because I don't have a clear and concise answer for you. Because one of the things that I've noticed is that sometimes things will pop up that we thought that we had fully resolved. And then guess what? Surprise, motherfucker. I didn't. It came back. Let me play the... Hold on, I want to play the clip for you. Just when you thought you had resolved an emotion, it just...
Surprise, motherfucker.
One of the things that helps with processing unresolved emotions is doing it mindfully, becoming an active participant in it. Just sitting down with those feelings and saying, all right, I'm going to take a crack at this. I'm going to work on processing some of these unresolved feelings. I'm going to let them come to the surface and see how that goes. It's an ongoing thing. And as you continue to grow and develop, you will be able to process your unresolved emotions in an even more mature way. So sometimes it's like there's only so much emotional processing we can do at this point in time. Sometimes we can only get so far right now, and sometimes it'll just take more time for more processing to happen. But I would say that in order to process our unresolved emotions, all we have to do is sit with them. Allow ourselves to feel them. Allow ourselves to think about them. And try to do it in a productive way. You know, do it with intention. Do it with purpose. I think sometimes the emotions can be temporarily resolved, but it makes sense for them to come back if a situation causes that chemical reaction in your brain. What I've noticed is that, okay, sometimes unresolved emotions will pop back up and we will expect them to make us feel a certain type of way, but we've grown and we've changed and we have a different way of viewing them and we don't have the response that we thought that we were going to have. Become friends with your feelings before you try to fix them. Robin, that's beautiful. I want to put that one on the fridge. That one's going on the fridge. We're putting that one on the fridge. But another thing to remember is like sometimes old feelings will pop back up and they'll bother you. Sometimes old feelings will pop back up and you'll surprise yourself because they won't bother you and you were expecting them to bother you. And so it's not about being fully processed right now. It's about processing. It's about continuing to grow, continuing to learn, continuing to develop, and this is a lifelong process. You are not a finished product. You're going to keep changing until the point where you stop changing. But yeah, if you want to heal it, you got to feel it. And sometimes healing takes time. But if you're committed to the process, it will happen. Oh, hi, Miss Pooh. Oh, she's reaching out. She's like, hey, pet me. This cat is so funny. If she'll stand on the counter or like the table or something and she'll have you pet her. And then if you walk away too soon, she'll slap you. She'll be like, hey, I didn't say quit. I didn't say stop. She'll say, get back here. How can you resolve something you don't understand? And exactly, like sometimes it takes more time, or it takes new insight, or it takes new information, or a new perspective to understand. Hey, baby. So cute. Yeah, she's so funny. She'll hop up on the counter, or she'll be on the table or whatever, and she'll be like, pet me. And then you'll pet her, and then if she's not done, you try to turn away, she slaps you, and she says, get back here. It's so funny. It's so funny. I'm trying to see if I can get her to do it. I don't know if I can get her to do it right here. Normally I'd have to like walk away from her. But yeah, she's a slapper. Oh, hi, baby. Oh, hello. Oh, hi, beautiful. If you want to see a slap, we literally have an emote of it. She was climbing up on Casey's shoulder trying to get her attention, and she wasn't paying attention to her, so she slapped her. Come here. Oh, come here. Oh, yes. Isn't she so cute? Just look at her. Just everyone just take a moment to admire her. Isn't she just one of the cutest cats you've ever seen? She's compelling. She's captivating. She's everything. Just look at her. Oh, you want to nuzzle the microphone? Okay. Alright. Just a cat break. Just a little quick cat break. Also, another thing before I move on is like when it comes to resolving unprocessed emotions, sometimes you have emotions in there that you don't even recognize, or stuff that just doesn't even make sense. You're like, well, wait, hold on. I didn't even realize that I was mad about this, or that I was sad about this, or, you know, sometimes you're not even aware of the emotions that you're trying to process until you try to start processing them. Boopy, lay down. There you go. I'm studying to do an online assessment for a job at Amazon. I feel like their company values are very toxic in my opinion. Well, it's not just in your opinion, it's objectively true. It's objectively true, by the way. Oh, the company that, you know, won't let their workers unionize? The company that makes them pee in bottles? Absolutely. But I'm also desperate and capitalism is involuntary. You know, do what you gotta do to survive under capitalism. That's what I always say. As long as you're not infringing on the rights of others and you're not harming anybody, like, do what you gotta do to make money. But another thing to consider is, you know, if you do start working there, like, look into, like, union organizing efforts, you know, just stay productive, stay engaged, stay on the side of the working person. You know, capitalism sucks, but we can make it better, and we can make it more fair, we can make it more equitable. Like, if we're gonna have to live under capitalism, it should at least be a more fair and equitable form of capitalism. Not just this top-heavy, you know, hyper-elite at the top. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. Best of luck in all of your adventures moving forward in the capitalistic hellscape. Hi, Joshua, and hi, chat. I am gay. Hi, gay. I'm Joshua. Another day, another gay. Well, we've got a bit more time. We're all caught up on the questions for now. Oh, wait, exactly as I said that, another question popped in. Another question popped in. Good timing on my part. I'm on the spectrum and deal with an inflated sense of fairness and justice. I've struggled for years with it, and those around me don't seem to understand that it hits harder for me than the average person, and they don't offer much help beyond parroting, "Life isn't fair." I know it's not, but I still struggle with the anger and frustration that comes when people do unfair things and don't care. Do you have any advice beyond suck it up, Buttercup? I do. I do. I don't know if you know this about me, but I'm not really the suck it up, Buttercup kind of guy. It's not really my thing. The world isn't fair. This is objectively true. But this should not prevent us from making it as fair as possible. And that's how I respond to people who say life isn't fair. And I feel like you're definitely not alone in this. And if your friends don't understand it, that's their loss. You could try to make them understand it. You could try talking to them about it, expressing how you feel, engaging in a constructive dialogue about it. Ask them questions to reflect on their beliefs. You know, ask them what they would do to make the world a more fair and equitable place. You know, just next time you're with your friends, just ask them, like, well, what would you do to make the world a more fair place? What would you do to make things better? What are some things that you would like to see happen? What are some changes that you would like to see made in the way things are? Because it's these types of productive conversations that actually leads to meaningful change happening. If we want things to get better, we have to talk about what that looks like and how we can make that happen. But to just lie down and take it and to just be okay with the status quo isn't for you, and it's not for me, and it's not for a lot of other people too. So I would actually recommend distancing yourself from not from your what I mean is distance yourself from this notion that you have an inflated sense of fairness and justice and that it needs to be a struggle. I feel like other people are the ones that are struggling. They're the ones who don't take it seriously enough. If we had more people like you, the world would be a better place. So what I would encourage you to do is to distance yourself from the notion that there's something wrong with you, because I don't feel like that is true, and to collaborate with people who are like-minded, people who also want to see meaningful, equitable justice in the world. You want to spend time with people who validate your beliefs and who believe in what you believe in. And maybe try to win your friends over. You just gotta learn how to communicate about it. Because your friends probably are more in agreement with you than they realize. And if we can just talk about it in the right way, maybe we can make them understand. I don't think there's anything wrong with you for wanting the world to be fair and just. I think that's a good thing. And I'm sorry that you've been made to feel like this is something that's wrong with you or something that's a problem. It isn't. I feel like we should all want to make the world a more fair and balanced place. As fair as it can be. Like, it's okay, so it is technically true that we could not create a world that is 100% fair for every single person. Because some people would just get the short straw. Some people would be born with a rare genetic condition that makes them have poor quality of life, or somebody's gonna stub their toe, somebody's gonna get hit by lightning, somebody's gonna have a tree fall on them. Life isn't fair. But we don't need to make it so that some people have to suffer and then disregard that suffering by saying, well, life's not fair. People starve to death, people freeze to death, people, don't have their needs met. Life isn't fair. We have the means and we have the materials to meet everyone's needs. We should be meeting everyone's needs. And it should frustrate you that we aren't, because we do have the capacity to do that. If we wanted everybody who doesn't have a house to have a house, we could do that. If we wanted everybody who doesn't have food to have food, we could do that. Like, think about food, for example. The fact that we have starving people should frustrate you. Because if you think about food waste, we waste about 22%. Or no, food waste makes up about 22% of all waste. We waste about 130 billion meals every year. It's like every person in America throwing 975 average-sized apples right into the garbage. And yet we have people who have student lunch debt. We have children shackled with lunch debt. This should frustrate you. This should make you angry. And the fact that your friends are able to just be like, well, life isn't fair. It's like the problem isn't with you, it's with them. Why do we waste so much food? It's estimated that nearly 35 million people across America, including 10 million children, suffer from food insecurity. With so many people suffering and in need of basic amounts of food, why do Americans waste so much food of their food abundance? More than 80% of Americans discard perfectly good foods because they misunderstand expiration labels. We gave kids free lunch during COVID, then stopped. We could always afford to feed kids, we just choose not to. And that should make you angry. The fact that there are starving children in our country should make you angry. And people who are just okay with that, it's like they are the ones that have a problem, all right? You don't have a problem for being frustrated by that, because you should be frustrated by that. It means you have empathy. It means you care. We want more of that. To be honest, I'm afraid that if I start asking questions from someone like that, I'll hear them say it's how they want things to be. They want others to suffer for their benefit. If that's how your friends actually view the world, you should find that out. And you should, because that's not a person you want to continue to be friends with. Because that's low-key evil. By the way, volunteering at a food bank or volunteering, in helping people attain food, it's a great volunteering opportunity. I've done it myself. And you meet some really great people. It's also a great way to make friends. Volunteering is one of the best ways to make great friends. Because they're a good person. They're volunteering. The person you'd want to be friends with. Americans discard more food than any other country, nearly 40 million tons, or 30 to 40% of the entire US food supply. Just let that sink in for a minute. 30 to 40% of our entire food supply. And I'm not saying that all of that food, even because it's understandable that some of that is just stuff that can't help but be wasted. It got spilled on the floor in the grocery store. A package got opened up and we had to throw it away because it was unsafe. We couldn't sell it because the package was opened. I'm not stupid. I'm not going to say that there's all of that food is consumable, but you don't need all of that to feed all of the people that are hungry. You only need a fraction of that. This is why food banks are a great resource. Even if you can afford groceries, you can still go to a food bank. Because they've got more than they need. And they'll just give you a bag of stuff. Because they're just going to get thrown away anyway. We make way too much. Does it all go to the dump or they feed it to animals? Most of it goes to the dump. A lot of grocery stores aren't allowed to give stuff to the food banks anymore. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. That just sounds like the cruelty is the point of that legislation. It's nice to see that they're actually trying to make a difference. But the fact that there's just so many people, around 10% of our population, it doesn't make any sense that 10% of our population can't have food. And I understand that a lot of it has to do with like, well, maybe they don't have a place to keep it. Maybe they don't have a place to store it. I'm just like, but that's still just a drop in the bucket. Most people have places to store the food. According to the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, 1/3 of all food produced around the world is wasted. I don't think it's legislation. I think companies are afraid of lawsuits. That's even stupider. So people have to starve because we're afraid of possible lawsuits? Like, just have people sign a waiver when they pick food up from the food bank. Easy fix. Easy fix. We're making problems out of nothing. It's an easy solvable problem. You know, another thing that pisses me off? When they arrest or cite friendly old grandmas for trying to feed people. That's another thing that pisses me off. Like, great use of your time, police. You did a great thing, officer. You really showed them. Now I'm heated. I got frustrated enough I had to bite the apple. I hate capitalism. Yeah, capitalism sucks. Just imagine how much farther as a species we would have progressed if not for capitalism. I just feel like capitalism is just a small-minded, monkey-brained way of running the world, and we need to evolve. We need to evolve, we need to adapt, or we are going to die. It rewards sociopaths. Literally. Like, the people who are willing to just be the most cutthroat, the most exploitive, the most, violent, it benefits them. The fact that we operate under a system that benefits the most cruel of our population is so inconceivably stupid. Anyway. Anyway. We'll take another couple minutes. We'll see if we got any more questions popping up in the box. But I think right now we're chilling. Right now we're chilling. Oh yeah, by the way, we've got movie night in the Discord tonight. We're going to start in about 3 hours from now, around 8 p.m. Central. About 3 hours from now. We're going to watch Long Legs. If you haven't seen Long Legs yet, you're in for a treat. Gonna take advantage and go for a walk of the weather, go for a walk. That sounds like a good idea. Some gasps of fresh air though. Invite the air in. Nice and gentle, nice and slow. You know, breathing in a relaxed way is a great way to relax your body. Any last thoughts? Any last thoughts? Any last questions? Are we all psyched out for the day? No more questions? It means we're cured, right? No more questions? We're cured? We're healed? Oh wait, no, I just got more questions coming in. Okay. We got more questions. Let's go. If you worked with someone who unblocked you because they feel bad / always are trying to have a conversation with you in person, is it weird to add them and just own up to stuff you did to them, hence why they're scared to talk to you in person? Keep in mind every day they're trying to figure stuff to ask you based on interests. I mean, it sounds like they want to get to know you. It sounds like they want to get to know you, and if you feel like I need to make atonement, if you feel like I need to apologize for things that have happened, go for it. You know? But if they're asking you questions and they want to show interest in you and they're trying to get to know you, that sounds like, you know, they want to talk to you. Sometimes in life we block people just because we don't feel like engaging with them at that point in time. Sometimes we block people impulsively. Sometimes we block people for good reason. But if this person's actually trying to engage with you in person and trying to get to know you, like, what are you looking for from that relationship? Are you interested in getting to know them too? Hi there. It seems like you're asking about a stream by Papa Bragan, but I'm not quite familiar with that name. Could you clarify what you mean? Are you looking for a live stream, content creator, or something specific related to them? Let me know and I can help. Is this ChatGPT asking a question? Papa Bragan was my old username, and I rebranded. I rebranded the channel to be named after the show. I used to just stream under the name Papa Bragan, but I feel like it, you know, I wanted to rebrand. So that's why we stream under the name of the show now. This sounds like an AI wrote it, though. Did you ask ChatGPT what type of question to ask me? I've got some weird condition which makes it so I can't eat certain foods seemingly at random, and then it just ends up going in the trash. I've gotten better at being able to tell what I can and can't eat at certain times, but there are still some times where I make some food and then I get ready to eat it and I'm just like, shoot, as I realize I won't be able to eat it. That's interesting. So what you're saying is that you can actually start to make something that you think you're going to enjoy, something that you think you're going to like, and somehow that feeling changes when it actually comes time to eat it. That's interesting. Do you think it has to do with the food itself, or just your concept of eating and food in general? Like, is it actually the food that's doing this, or is it just your relationship with food? Your relationship with eating? Like, do we feel like we deserve to eat? Do we feel like we deserve to have nutritious meals? I'm from a very poor family, so I know the pain of starvation very well, and it makes me feel very guilty to waste it. Ah. Which almost makes me feel like this could be a way that we're like almost punishing ourselves, if that makes sense. It's like we know that it's something that's going to make us feel bad, and that's why we do it, is because we feel like we need to be punished for something. Instead of thinking about the why, I mean, understanding the why is important, but understanding the why in this is going to be up to you. It's going to be, you know, it's going to take some processing on your part. It's going to take some introspection to figure out why this is the way that it is. Do you think it would be helpful if we maybe talked about what we could try to do about it? I have something similar with brushing my teeth as well. It's really weird. Since you mentioned that, I do want to just point out that sometimes we deprive ourselves from good self-care as a way of harming ourselves. Or we feel like we don't deserve good self-care, and so we deprive ourselves of it. Which just kind of feeds into this cycle of guilt. But anyway, if you want to talk about what we could try to do about this, you know, you have the meal in front of you and you say, you know what, I am going to eat this. Visualize yourself eating it. Visualize yourself finishing the meal. What happens if you bite it? What happens if you chew it? What happens if you swallow it? I can cut a bite of the food and then I lift it up to my face, and then for some reason my hand won't listen and when I want to actually eat it. You know, sometimes adding some distractions to the mix can be helpful. I've heard from a lot of people that, you know, whenever you're trying to get to eat but you have like difficulty making yourself eat or actually eating, having something to distract you while you're doing that can be helpful. Like me, I find it easier to eat if I'm watching a YouTube video that talks about food. Or if it's got if it's a video with other people eating, you know, even better. You know, there's a big social component to eating. And sometimes it just helps to feel like we're eating in company and we see other people eating and then it's like, oh, okay, I can eat too. They're eating, I should eat too. Before I eat, I have to walk through the textures I'm going to experience before I can take a bite. Interesting. Yeah, unexpected textures. I mean, unexpected textures are always a bad time. You expect something crunchy and you get something chewy. You expect something chewy and you get something crunchy. No fun. No fun. For some reason it varies with the type of food. I've noticed foods that are dry or have a lot of bread in it gives them the most trouble. Interesting. I think that if we're too focused on the food in front of us, it makes it harder to eat that food, especially if you're a very, like, perspective person. You're just like, not perceptive. If you're a very perceptive person, if you're just very aware of like tastes and textures and smells and these types of sensations, you can start to hyperfixate. And I think what can be helpful is to just, you know, offer yourself a distraction so that you can like, you know, it's kind of like, have you ever had to feed a baby? Have you ever had to like spoon feed like a toddler or something? And it's like, you need to eat. You need to eat. You need to eat to survive. And they're just like, I don't want to do it. And then you have to be like, here comes the airplane. And I'm not saying you have to do that to yourself, but I'm just saying like, give your brain something else to focus on so that you aren't so focused on the food and on eating. Also, maybe try doing it with a different hand. If you normally eat with one hand, try eating with your other hand. Because if you're doing it with your other hand, it's using a different part of your brain to make you do it. So it might help you to think about it in a different way. Based on what I've learned, the brain domain seems to be a unique and positive presence on Twitch, particularly because of the focus on mental health and accessible psychology discussions. Providing free therapy through open conversations and AMAs on often challenging subjects like fear, isolation, and self-awareness is a refreshing change from typical Twitch content, which tends to center on gaming or entertainment. The brain domain's style, engaging, informative, and openly supportive, likely helps foster a safe and informative environment for viewers who may feel isolated or are seeking mental health insights. This type of streaming content serves a dual purpose, educating on psychology while also creating a community that could make viewers feel less alone in their struggles, which is important for reducing stigma around mental health. Overall, the brain domain's approach is valuable in today's content landscape. Aw, thanks, ChatGPT. Thanks, ChatGPT. That's so sweet. I mean, where did they lie? Like, send this to my haters. I don't have many, but I have a few. Send this to my haters. You know what I'll always say? Judge me by my enemies. How do I stop overthinking? I feel like it's taking over my life right now. I know I can just stop, but my body feels stressed out trying to stop. See, here's the thing. You can't just stop thinking. Try to do it. Try to do it right now. Okay, don't think about anything. I'm going to count to 10, and I want you to not think about anything for 10 whole seconds. Ready? Go. All right, it's been 10 seconds. What did you think about? The point of that exercise was to show you that you can't make yourself not think. Thinking is an ongoing process. What I have found to be helpful to stop overthinking is actually, it's one of my own patented techniques. I've taught it to a few people here. This is a Papa Bragan original technique. Trademark, patent pending. Instead of trying to slow down your thinking, speed up your thinking. I know this sounds counterintuitive, but just trust me. Instead of trying to slow down your thinking, try to speed it up. Try to think even faster. Think as fast as you can, until your thoughts are going by so quickly that they are just a blur. And then think about how fast you're thinking. And then think about going even faster. Just think as fast as you can. And if you feel you're starting to slow down, step on the gas, speed it up. What I've noticed that this does, and what other people have reported back to me, because I've taught this technique to other people as well, and they've said this basically triggers a reboot for your brain. You can't make your brain stop thinking, but you can tire your brain out. You You know, overthinking, it's like a restless dog, and sometimes you just need to take it outside and let it zoom around. Let it wear itself out a little bit, and then you can chill. This was a technique that I discovered when I was younger. I used to have a really hard time getting to sleep, and I would find myself overthinking about things. I was dealing with racing thoughts, and it was just keeping me up for hours at night. And I would try and try to slow down my thinking. And I tried everything I could think of to slow down my thinking. I would try to hold on to one thought for as long as I could. And what I noticed was that a new thought always came in. There was always a new thought beyond the thought that I was thinking. An unending flow of thoughts. And so after a while, what I figured was, okay, well, maybe if I can't slow my thoughts down, maybe I'll try speeding them up. Maybe I'll try wearing them out. Maybe I'll try, running out of gas. So this is what I would suggest to try. If you feel like I'm overthinking and I just can't stop thinking about a thing, just try to think even faster. Just try to tire your brain out. And then just think about how fast you're thinking. Next thing you know, your thoughts will be going by so quickly, it's just like a hum. It's just a blur. Wear your brain out a little bit, and it might help. So I'd say give it a try. Does tiring your brain out first work for meditating? I would think so. I would think so. So this is one way that I really like to deal with overthinking. Outside of that, there are other tried and true techniques. You can distract yourself. You can talk to a friend. You can, change whatever it is you're doing. You can take a break from whatever it is you're doing. You can practice grounding techniques. You can practice other mindful activities such as mindful breathing, mindful stretching, journaling. There's lots of different things that you can do for overthinking. Your girlfriend is in Kathy mode, screaming at her viewers in the kitchen. That's Kathy out there. That's Big Mama, and she's cooking. I like choosing an object and asking myself how I would describe this to an alien. I forgot her cheese. We have a whole block of cheese. We have a whole block of cheese and we have a cheese grater. There's a block of cheese in the refrigerator. It's true, I did forget to get cheese. But we actually do have some shredded mozzarella in the fridge as well. We have a block of white cheddar cheese that you would have to shred. I'm sorry that I didn't get shredded cheese. But we also have a block, or we also have some shredded mozzarella. We also have Kraft singles. We have a lot of cheese, actually. I went to the store and I ran that errand and I forgot to get the shredded cheese. That's my bad. I'll own it. I'll take responsibility for that. I have no problem being accountable. As usual, I was getting anxious today, and I came to a realization that this is a funny way of using energy. Maybe that energy could be used another way. Is that anything? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What you're recognizing is that anxiety is energy. And the same part of your brain that produces feelings of anxiety can also produce feelings of excitement. So that's another way to repurpose that energy. This is a really keen observation that you've made. And I feel like this is a really empowering moment for you to take with your anxiety and to redirect it. And I would say that the best way to convert anxiety is to convert it into excitement. Instead of looking at what could go wrong, let's take a look at what could go right. Same energy, same part of the brain, different question, different answer. Just remember, anxiety is a tool. It's there to help you survive. It's there to help you navigate potential problems. But sometimes, if we leave that tool unattended, it causes more harm than good. So, managing anxiety is not about not having anxiety. Having some anxiety is good for you. It helps to keep you safe. We just want to make sure that we are using that tool properly so that it's not inhibiting us. Oh, hi, Miss Poopy. Are you awake now? Are you done with your nap? Are you done with your nap, baby? She's done with her nap, I think. She naps for about 5 hours. And I guess that means it's time for us to finish, huh, Miss Poopy? Nap time's done. Nap time's over, Miss Poopy. Wait, are you laying back down? She's just staring at me. Hi, baby. In regards to the overthinking question, would the same approach be appropriate for a relationship? I would say so. I mean, sometimes you just need to take a break, give time to clear your head, you know, just a change of environment, a change of scenery, a change of, physical sensations, just it helps us to think about things differently. Oh, Miss Poopy wants her dinner. She says she's hungry now. All of that beauty rest, she's worked up quite an appetite. Oh, Miss Poop. Miss Poopy. Oh. so sweet. Yeah, overthinking in general, I think, does more harm than good. It just kind of reinforces our fears. It just kind of makes us. It doesn't really give us the clarity that we're looking for. It doesn't really help us find the answers that we're trying to find. So if we catch ourselves overthinking, sometimes it's good to just take a break from it. Sometimes it's good to take a sleep on it, you know? Sometimes it's great to just You're so cute. Okay, Miss Poopy, you're hungry? I get it. We'll get you some food soon. She's hungry. She's starting to try to eat my fingers. We don't want to overthink. We don't want to overthink, but we also don't want to underthink. So, you know, it's about trying to find that proper balance. It's about trying to find just the right amount of thinking. And that's something I think we're all trying to figure out. Is Long Legs good? Oh yeah. We wouldn't be watching it if it wasn't good. I will think about this thing and how bad it is, and then I'm going to spend the same amount of time thinking about how good it could be. Spend twice as much time on the good. You gotta outweigh the negative. You gotta remember that negative has a 2 times damage multiplier in your brain. It's a critical hit whenever it's something negative. And so if you want to outweigh it with the positive, you gotta do 2 for 1. 2 positives for every negative. You know, it's not chemistry. It doesn't balance out 1 for 1. It's a little different. But hey, that just means you get to spend twice as long thinking about positive stuff, so that's a win. All right, everybody. I'm gonna raid Kate. I'm gonna raid Kathy. Kathy's in the kitchen. She's making dinner. And she's mad at me for getting shredded cheese from the store. So that's my bad. But I mean, we do still have cheese, so we can make it work. It's got 2 electrons. I need more protons, right? It's like you have to become an isotope. You have to become a positively balanced isotope. All right, everybody. I will be back tomorrow with more Brain Domain. Have a great night, everybody. It was great to see you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Love you. Take care. Have a great night, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Don't forget, we're doing movie night in the Discord in about an hour and 15... Wait, no. 2 hours and 15 minutes. 8 p.m. Central. I gotta make sure we got the movie ready to go, too. Okay, everybody. Goodbye. Take good care of yourselves, or else.